two talks so far.
Oh, well, okay, I mean, that makes sense, but, there's been
Yours is coming up
crazy
soon.
ratcheting up
What's that?
of
Yours is coming up soon.
metrics and
Yeah, three so far.
there's been this thing
Is there a list
of
of the
There is on the website. Yeah, it's
I mean, a
Exag.org.
10-year process where you can
Thank
actually
you.
not get renewed,
Yeah,
as
well,
opposed to giving you feedback on what you should do for the home stretch in order to get tenure, and then once in a blue moon, if something's really not working out, like we hired you before you finished your thesis, and you still haven't defended and you haven't published anything, then okay, we're not going to renew
That would
you.
just be a nightmare.
But well, it happens.
I know it happens. It happens so I know. But
Right? Yeah, I'm like, I always tell people, no, do not go on the market unless you are really confident you're going to finish. Because you're not finishing and starting the first year of your faculty career at the same time.
I can't even
California Bay Area.
Well, my wife would have never do that.
I work in Memphis.
That should really be the amount of somebody doesn't get renewed.
Yeah.
Getting in
Yeah, it's just, I think it's,
Yeah, it's more control to that.
it's, I think everyone worries.
Yes.
Worrying in some sense because it's not like I came into it. Students who I would be
Right.
and so year one was just totally slammed. Right, there were no students.
Wow.
There was nothing.
Do you have any
So now I have
Coopers
one
or
second
clusters
year
or
and one
He does.
third year student. Who switched to the art field and then I took it. So it was effective.
That's par for the course, yeah.
Um,
That's actually not a bad place to be.
it feels like they're still figuring it out then on,
Sure.
but right. Things quite
I work at moving
I
to
want
too many
to
different
push
places
them
to
to a
get
deadline
to be
in
published
November.
here.
75% confident. But it's early.
what is your main
So
area?
trying to figure out all
Focus
of that,
currently?
and then
The stuff I would like to be doing is actually an extension of the talk that Justice gave this morning. The stuff that I'm actually doing
it was all
narrative muscle comment and drop a whole bunch of stuff on
Oh,
the
yeah.
table.
Actually, he just did that the other day. It's like,
Yeah.
we've been talking and talking about things, and it comes in, it's like, I think I decided how to do this.
Yeah.
It's like, bam, it's like, oh, that's perfect. That's exactly what.
Something.
Exactly, yeah. He's like that. There's something they'll catch you by surprise. You're like, oh wow. I did not realize you're making progress like that.
I just ran a reformulate your entire project. It's like, that's
Yeah, good. Very good.
yeah, so I'm happy with that.
Okay.
Good. How big is your group these days?
5 PhD students,
Okay.
a couple undergrads,
Okay. And you have two that are about to graduate, or?
two, and Alex feels like a special ambitious guy.
Okay.
Albert's gonna go this fall.
Right.
And Hong in
Yeah.
the spring.
Okay.
And then Alex wanted to be the next fall, but he
Like, yeah. Okay.
yeah. So Albert
Well, that's
will
not true.
apply to NC State.
Good. Okay.
When I
Very good.
arrived, I was the only
I thought he was committed to going to.
everyone else.
He's not committed to anywhere.
I thought he had some fellowship or something.
He had 2 job offers from Singapore.
Right.
But he turned both down because he didn't
Okay.
want to leave the country.
But I thought he had to go or something. Like he had some funding to go
that
at the time
fell
or
through,
something.
right?
Oh, it did. Oh,
So
okay.
he was working on an MIT/Singapore fellowship,
Uh-huh.
and he didn't. That fell through, so he just went to the Singapore people and said,
Uh-huh.
you know, do you have other sources of funding? And I said, we're Singapore. We have $1 billion. Why don't you come here?
Yeah.
It's like, all right, let me think about it. Then he came back and said,
Those people.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
he's applied to a couple places in Australia
Well,
because that's closer to home.
Okay.
But he really wants to be faculty somewhere in the United States, which I don't blame him.
Sure. Yeah.
So,
Okay. So he's gonna apply to our. Oh, awesome. Okay.
yeah, I'm also hoping. I mean, I'm waiting also to see what
but in terms of tenure,
Michael Young's funding is going to be like,
Uh-huh.
whether he can start as a postdoc.
I've
Uh-huh.
been established.
I think
Yeah.
if he can work out.
Yeah.
But that, I don't know what's going on with Michael funding.
Yeah. That
Complicated.
yes, that's very complicated.
Yeah.
My guess is what I know, and you want to talk to him about it, but what I know is it's probably not something we want to count on.
Yeah.
It's very likely that the money could be there, but it's delayed constantly.
So my only fear is that I can't find him a postdoc position and
Yeah.
he doesn't get a faculty job.
Yeah.
Which, in case I can pick him up for like 60
Good, good, very good. Okay. I remember doing that. Mike, have you met Margaret?
No.
Hey, Mike is one of my new PhD students.
Okay. Read a lot of work, obviously. But,
Mike is interested in affordances and environments and automatically discovering affordances using machine learning methods from game logs.
So, affordances in the game.
Yeah, in terms, I guess the way of thinking of it is you could, one way to formalize it, that's not the way that we are, is learning preconditions for plan operators.
And they actually didn't know it.
It's not the way that we are formalizing it, but you could think of it as a similar problem.
I could actually use something like that.
Ah,
Because,
okay.
so I'm crowdsourcing a bunch of stuff, and we
Yeah.
kind of figure out when things are
they
more likely to
knew
happen
that
after others.
Uh-huh.
But sometimes
They knew
there are logical
the area
relations
as
in these
deeply
things.
as possible.
Sure.
So, like, if we're missing
And
stuff.
after trying to
So we can, the plans, we can figure this all out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So they might not tell us something.
Right.
And so we'll just say, do this and do this. And so we'll come back and go, no.
Yep.
Like, you can't execute it because
Uh-huh.
they,
Yeah.
pick up the fork. You start E.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's kind of the notion of a precondition.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. And so, are you formalizing it using planning, or are you formalizing it using logic? Okay. Yep.
The problem is we don't even have an underlying system.
Ah, okay.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, if we had similar, you can test it and say, yeah, there's some best.
Yeah. Yeah.
Report something on it.
Uh-huh.
And no one realized
Uh-huh.
that is the
That's actually
Oh, good. Okay. That sounds interesting. So we're having right now, one of the things that we're wrapping our head around is like a level of detail issue. So we have these, Dota game logs, which are like 30 or 60 frames per second, and, just this massive volume of information, and most of it is irrelevant. And we want to be able to sort of cluster it and understand how they relate to higher level actions. I think a lot of the details of things like, well, you need to fork are buried into those low level things that you don't really care about, but you sort of need to be able to proceed at the higher level. The hope is that we can use agglomerative clustering to solve some of this. Right now we're looking at Gaussian HMMs, which apparently are quite nasty. We just got turned on to these recently. How's that going, by the way?
slowly.
I mean, is it, so you have hierarchies of semantics and some phrases?
So you do if you have a knowledge engineered representation, right? So that's basically what Michael's been doing as far as, he's had his student Marcus come in and basically annotate all this stuff, build up this abstraction.
Yeah, of course,
Yeah.
right. Otherwise you
Exactly.
your way out of the problem.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, they've basically taken a year and they've got something that's really great and functional for Dota 2, but now they're like, okay, what if, Dota 2 isn't all narrative, it's just like one source of data, what if we can use other sources of data? So, I don't know that necessarily what we'll get out is going to be semantically meaningful all the way, but hopefully we'll at least be able to do some more interesting planning and then work against or abstract representation, because the low level is just so fine-grained.
We can reduce the search space.
Yeah.
What's your underlying? You're not doing vision.
No, it's logs, game logs. So basically, actions that are taken, character attributes. So each character has like 4 or 5 attributes, and then possession items that they possess, and some stats about it.
So you know the action triggers.
Yeah. Well, so we don't even necessarily know all the action primitives. We know a lot of them, but some of them are implicitly defined through changes in attributes. So it's even more complicated than that. And so that volume of data, because you're getting for each character, there's 10 characters, you're getting this at 60 frames a second.
This is just solving the problem of bad luck.
Well, if you were able to adjust the way that things were logged, for sure, it'd make life a lot easier.
In this case, part of the reason why I think Dota was initially charging was because of grid level.
So
Yeah.
you're basically saying, you're kind of saying Dota is kind of like a surrogate for the real world. You never have the underlying
Yeah,
model.
yeah.
So
You just get this flow.
you get
Yeah.
observations and that's it.
And it has has some other nice features too. So like the Dota 2 replay system, you can actually go in and you can watch a replay and then like take over in the middle of a replay and play it out to create an alternate future. And you can do this any number of times. So you could actually like, if you wanted to sit down and take many hours, you could essentially create a mediation tree, right? Using the actual environment. Now it would be difficult to do. It would take a lot of time, but it's a nice feature for being able to visualize and explore spaces like that.
Decommissioning Chernobyl, I can get it.
And the volume of information in those logs is so great that if you can get the right information out, there's a lot that you can do with it. And of course, there's, we have 1,000 logs that we very quickly put together. I'm sure we can get a lot more if we need to. So that was I think the motivation. Yeah, and it's interesting because you have multiple actors, right? And they're each, have some sort of goal-directed behavior, or at least at some level of representation. And you have interaction. Some of it's constructive, some of it's destructive. And you have team coordination things. I mean, there's a lot of richness in the game. So it's been interesting to make the study, but it also presents some data representation challenges. I mean, it's been chewing now for a couple weeks, right? The conversion from the logs into the XML format.
I think it's been going through.
Yeah. Just to translate it from their binary format into an XML representation in the database.
$400 or $500, I think.
Yeah. So we're about halfway through it.
It's been a while since I've checked.
Yeah. And we have, this project sponsors have this massive compute infrastructure. We have one machine with like 256 gig of RAM. And
I was trying to get more.
Yeah.
And then waste a lot of
LAS,
doing stuff.
NSA.
Yeah. Is not advancing either agenda.
Yeah, it was funny so they have a big, a laboratory for analytic sciences just across campus here, and they were like, "Oh yeah, the microphones are for the NSA." I was like, "Haha, if only you knew."
That's a 200-yard long.
Hello, I'm aware lots of people are just watching a blank screen at the moment. We will be back in about 10 or 15 minutes, but people are having coffee. Sorry? Oh no, we're on YouTube now, but you know that because you're watching on YouTube. But yes, we're back online, so the talks from now on will be okay, and they'll be streamed hopefully. Good.
Service violation?
Yeah, the Twitch stream is taken down for a
Quick question, are you from NCC?
Yeah, I am. Do you have a question?
More general.
You have a question?
SSH block?
Yeah, so on the guest wireless, the only thing that you have access to is port 80. Yeah, yeah.
Cool. Just wondering.
Maybe VPN too, I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it's just web.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ideally, in terms of a specific subject area, what I'd like to do is apply that towards human combat. That's separate to PTSD. So there's been some work that shows that putting these guys into basically game simulations that trigger their will allow them to safely treat that. So I want to forward the
I mean, like, how did
Making the simulations or actually both?
Yeah, not only to making the simulations, but from the content authoring point of view.
But I mean, how would they make it
Playing it.
without getting
Playing through the simulation.
Kind of all during school, kind of don't know how to design
It's going to effectively have
They're fairly. Also, all three of the talks that I had screenshots we gave
World and
They probably at the moment that they randomly
Some of them
sampled
are actually
it,
pretty high
it
fidelity.
looked like a game.
Well, not
But then-
graphics, but in terms of this scenario.
Right, no, even the scenario.
Planes, you have time. Well, what about tomorrow? He's here? He might have, I was going to write most of my songs. You can ask her as far as and a reference to in there and checklist. That's all I need from you. Yeah, I'm not expecting you to write copy. I would contact you by 20 minutes. Okay, so do you have at least half an hour?
Where do you think these would be happiest?
Okay. I'm talking again. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's cool. I'm sorry. Yeah, we're not just redoing the last talk.
All right, we're
I think the screen that I need to log in on is over here, so I need to exciting.
Fantastic.
All the ones that I
Oh, I had 3.
that was the other one.
Okay.
that's over there.
Oh yeah.
Something.
That's awesome. Can I streaming this? Yeah.
Do you want me to move out of the stream? Like, I haven't checked the Twitch stream, but is my head...
No, you're right. Yeah, absolutely
Right away. We'll come back. For AR?
Right, we decided to do a do-over because, no, this is a separate talk.
You're being trolled by Dick and you know that, right?
I mean,
by Luke Dick.
I'm sure I am. Luke, if you're watching this, I'm coming for you, thesis or not. If you're watching online, I apologise for all the disruption that we've had. We're now being hosted on YouTube due to terms of service violation. I'm assuming that Ian said something horrible while I wasn't looking, and that's why we got cancelled. I'm sure it's something to do with that.
Google film.
No.
I know. It was the Scientology bomb.
Who knows? Whatever. Twitch is behind us. We're now live on YouTube, and thanks to everyone's patience. I wrote these slides yesterday. I did in sleep deprivation. Haven't had any coffee due to the break, but thank you, Chong-Yu. So I apologise. Anything wrong with this talk is the fault of this person, Michael Cook. This is work done by primarily not me, primarily by Maria Teresa from our group, supported by Christian Gutzberger, who's just started as a PhD student, Simon Colton, who heads up the research group, and Rose Hepworth, who's another researcher in the group as well. And we are part of the Computational Creativity group at Goldsmiths. And this talk is kind of grandiose. It's got a big title, The Automatic Generation of Fictional Ideas for Games. It's a big one. It has 3 parts. I only put 2 parts here because I thought it would be more interesting if you filled in the 3rd bullet point. And there are no builds for this talk, so you're going to miss some of these punchlines, but bear with me. I'm going to talk to you about something called the What If Machine, which is a project being worked on by Goldsmiths and a few other sites. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about fictional ideation, idea generation in games, and what we think that could mean. I highly encourage you to read the paper here, because I am the least qualified person to talk about this from all the authors. And then I'm going to talk to you about combining those 2 things. What can the What If Machine do for games? What can games do for the What If Machine? So, Wim. I've thrown the punchline of the Keanu Reeves jokes at the bottom, and you can't read them because it was all supposed to appear later. But WIM, or the What If Machine, is a huge EU project. It connects 5 different sites, including Goldsmiths. Goldsmiths is just one of them. Over 3 years of funding, I believe, of which about half of that has been gone so far. And the aim is to build the what-if machine, which I believe is named after a joke in an episode of Futurama. But the idea is there's a system that can come up with fictional ideas, evaluate them, tell you how good they are or how worthwhile they are, and maybe even elaborate on them and build simple creative artifacts that use those ideas, things like movies, things like stories and poems, and yeah, video games, why not? At the bottom, this is what from their website, wimproject.eu, which I suggest you check out. It says things like, what if cats have their own internet and it's full of pictures of us? Or what if we can breathe in space, but they just don't want us to escape? So these are just one-liner ideas that start with the phrase, what if? But you can imagine developing them into larger things, maybe stories or, like we said, maybe video games. So there's been a lot of work done at a lot of different sites so far, but the thing that I want to introduce you to today is work that's been done at Goldsmiths in particular. And it comes up with this rather, that sounded like a much better sentence at 2 a.m. Knowledge bases represent knowledge about the real world. Yes, obviously. So the idea is that something like ConceptNet, which we saw earlier in my talk before, tells you things like the internet is a network of connected machines. So this is a fact that you know about the real world. And the people in the WIM project came onto this idea that if you modify these relationships, you're breaking things which are established as facts. So maybe what you're coming out with are fictional ideas. Now, bearing in mind that right now we're not concerned about how good those fictional ideas are. So, for instance, what if the internet was not a network of connected machines? It's not an interesting idea. It is arguably fictional, but we'll discuss what that actually means in a few slides' time. But here are some of the nice outcomes. And there's actually an interactive demo on the WIM project website, which you can go to, wim-project.eu. And I generated these last night. What if there was a little cat who was afraid of chasing mice? So this has come from the knowledge that cats chase mice. So what if this cat was incapable of doing so for some reason? What kind of consequences might that have? That's almost a Pixar movie or a Looney Tunes cartoon. What if there was a little cat who learned how to speak human language? And, well, okay, let's wait for the next slide. But I really like that one as well. I wanted to include that one. But you might think that those two things are actually quite different. Because, and I think the WIM itself has recognized this as well. So some of their latest stuff has been thinking about, well, actually, what does that mean? So how fictional is it? Is fictional a binary thing? Is something either fictional or non-fictional? If you found a cat that was afraid of mice, would that be as surprising as if you found a cat that could speak English? So there's a newspaper in London called The Metro. It's published every day. And on page 3, they always have some news story that's basically they've dragged off the front page of Reddit from 2 years ago or something like that. So, you know, this guy's got this cat who's afraid of mice, and there's a picture of him holding the cat, and he said, oh, we still love him even though he's an evolutionary dead end, that kind of thing. And, you know, it's cute on your ride to work. That's not so surprising. If a cat knew how to speak English, this would challenge like lots of our understandings of biology, of cognition, and things like that. So maybe that there is actually a gradient of fictionality, and maybe we can make ideas more and less fictional. Maybe WIM can actually begin to move ideas along that slider somewhere. Does fictionality even work like this? There's another paper which introduces the project called Baseline Methods for Automated Fictional Ideation. And that, like many of the papers, is on the website, and they're good. I suggest you read them. Right. So how do we get from fictionality to games? Well, in many ways, fictionality is even more important to games than it is to other creative medium, or at least I'm going to argue that. And to some degree, games are always about fictionality in one way or another. This is a screenshot. It's not a screenshot, it's a promotional shot from Portal 2. So obviously there's fictionality just in the fact that these robots are sentient and understand the concept of physical comedy. But also, you know, these portals, I don't know if you played the game, the idea is you can connect two surfaces in space so that you can pass objects between them, but they retain physical properties like momentum. And that clearly breaks the law of physics. This is obviously a fictional invention. But even when games aren't about obviously fictitious stuff, I was going to talk about simulators, and then I chose a picture of Goat Simulator, and obviously this is somewhat more fictional than simulators. But a friend of mine, for instance, plays a game called DCS A10 or something, and it's a simulator for an A10 Thunderbolt, which is a military plane. And he described it to me. It basically sounds like he's taking a part-time degree to understand how to play this game. So the simulator clearly prides itself on simulating that plane. but there's still a lot of fiction involved. There's no risk to his personal life other than the fact that he may never leave the house again. There's no injury to other people. There's no moral dilemma to him playing this game. So there's clearly a lot of fiction involved, even in these scenarios which are supposed to be simulatory. Now, we're already interested in building intelligent systems that work with game designs in many different ways. So this is a screenshot from the Sentient Sketchbook, I think, which is the work of Antonio Sliapis. I chose that because he's absent today. He was here this time last year. I don't know if he's watching. This was a tool that was designed to help level designers or help amateur level designers with ideas and constructive direction and things like that. And if we're already building assistants for these kinds of tasks, like level design or playtesting, why not make a leap towards building design tools that can help people with high-level ideas, fictional concepts, inventing things for games? So there's a nice bit in the paper where the authors, including me, analysed some of the games, just a few selected games from different genres, different eras in some cases, and they wanted to look at what fictionality means in these scenarios. So we discussed what these games were and the ways in which they used fictionality. And there were 4 key areas that they were interested in because they felt like whim might be able to have some kind of impact in them. So things like the characters that are involved, the environments that the games take place in, the mechanics that the player uses to manipulate the game world, and the narrative that actually drives what the player does. And it kind of came to the conclusion of these 3 broad classifications of fiction. And you might disagree with them. I'd be interested to hear what people's opinions are. But there's kind of realities, half-truths, and fictions. And we're going to step through them now, but the discussion in the paper is a bit more detailed, and I think that we get across our point a bit more clearly than I'm going to now, so apologies for this. So, first, reality. Reality is really important even in the context of fiction. It's important for a number of reasons. First, that sometimes you want to contrast fictional elements with real ones, so they're important in the sense that they produce a stark kind of contrasting point. So in Crisis 2, I think, is set in New York City, and I think one of the impactful things of having a realistic depiction of New York is that when you see it blown up by an alien, it produces an interesting contrast in the player's mind. But kind of contradictorily, it's at the same time often used to make fictional elements more convincing, right? So the fact that when you walk around an American suburb in Call of Duty, the fact that it looks like an American suburb helps you buy into the fact that the things that are happening in that suburb are plausible or realistic in any way. Call of Duty's mechanics, maybe, are arguably based in reality. Guns have ammo, they need to be reloaded. People getting shot in the head is more damaging than people getting shot in the leg. But this slowly bleeds into the next section, which are kind of half-truths. So sometimes game designers want to present an aspect of reality, but they need to make modifications to that reality in order to maintain a game experience for whatever reason. So in Frogger, the river at the top of the screen actually flows in 2 directions. Now, I did a GCSE in geography a long time ago. As far as I know, that's like not even remotely possible for a river to flow in both directions at once. But it's necessary because if the player drifts too far in one direction, they need to be able to correct themselves in order to complete the level. So it's giving them an opportunity to solve that problem and still complete the game. There's like problems with the characters in Frogger as well. Like, you're controlling a frog, and frogs are killed by cars. So this it seems to be okay in terms of fiction. But the car is the size of a frog. So, like, either these cars are extremely comedically sized, or the frog is a terrifying mutant, in which case, no wonder everyone's trying to run the damn thing over. So, the real reason, right, is that if they were to scale, you wouldn't be able to see the frog, and it would be really difficult to play the game. So, it's made the same size as a car, because that fiction helps keep the game sane, essentially. So what about fiction? Well, fiction's kind of obvious. Lots of games rely on a fantastical scenario in order to convince the player that something cool is going on. And often, this may be a bit of a stretch. This, again, might be a 2 a.m. slide. But I feel like often you want to communicate a complex system to the player for the purposes of a game. And this is kind of why earlier I said maybe games need fiction even more than most other mediums. You want to communicate a complex system to the player, but you need a way of getting the player to connect to it in some way. And so Portal 2 says, okay, imagine the world as you know it already, and then I'm going to make one change to it, which is the idea that you can connect two flat surfaces to each other in space. And once you've accepted that one fictional piece of change, it allows them to build this whole obstacle course for you to romp over and solve and problems. The fiction element is explained better in the paper, but I wanted to bring up Portal 2 because I think the idea of fiction enabling systems that are not, like Tetris isn't necessarily fictional, it's just a system that they want the player to understand. But fiction is often required to connect one of those abstract Tetris-like systems to a real-world scenario. All right, so where's this going? So we've claimed that Whim is able to generate simple fictional ideas. There might be different kinds of fiction involved, and maybe Whim will be able to work with those things in the future. The paper gets a bit position papery towards the end. So what? Like, what is actually the consequence of this? But there's two big things that we think Whim could do. The first is the idea of Whim as a design assistant. Actually sitting with a person and helping suggest fictional ideas that could be the basis of a game, part of the game, a theme for a game jam, all kinds of stuff. And maybe this bleeds into mixed initiative creativity. So the idea of a game maker that has Whim embedded into it and can make suggestions on the fly. It sees that you've put a cat in your game, so it tells you, oh, I know that cats are afraid of water, but what if this cat loved water? This is to do a callback to my previous talk for no reason. But what about this? What about, instead of it just being a tool and us just thinking of these things as something that can happen outside of a game, what if Whim was the game mechanic? Whim can propose and modify fictional ideas. It can evaluate them, tell you maybe how good they are or how bad they are. And this means that it can actually be a two-way system with a player rather than a designer. So could Whim be embedded in a game in such a way that it proposes modifications to the game world? So you know this game that kids play where you say, well, I'm going to shoot you with a machine gun. Well, you can't because I have a bulletproof vest on. Well, that's fine because my bullets actually are homing and they're going to go around the back and hit you behind your vest, and so on and so forth. This is a game that kids play, right? It's about, can you be inventive enough to get around the last excuse that was used? And it reminded me a little bit, and speaking as someone who's never done tabletop role-playing, but it reminded me a little bit of pen and paper dungeon mastering, in the sense that, you know, can I use my whip to put it over that crossbar and leap over this pit? And Whim goes, well, yes, you can, but that was too easy, so now I'm going to have to invent something that forces you to make another decision. So what can I come up with? And it might require inventing a fiction in order to, you know, if you can't find a result in ConceptNet that allows you to do what you want, can you make up a convincing fiction that fills in the gap? My favourite bit of the paper is this bit at the very end, and I apologise for blowing up this image so far. This is a photograph of a whiteboard from our lab. We had two 15-year-old students who came in. They were interns, and one of the things they did was they worked with Whim one morning. They went through some of its suggestions. That's the same tool that you can see on the website. And they chose an idea that they thought was cool, and they wrote a game design document based on it, and this is some of their illustrations. The source idea, what if there was a whale who couldn't swim? So they came up with this idea of Lenny the whale. He forgets how to swim, he gets completely lost, and over the course of this game he gets taught by different animals he learns how to swim again, basically from scratch, by interacting with other animals. And you know, a lot of the creativity in this case is on the part of the students, but the source of their idea was this one-liner word, and maybe as Whim grows in sophistication, we'll see more sophisticated interactions between Whim and the people using it. And I know that we're going to do more stuff in terms of the design side of things, interacting as a design assistant, but I also hope that eventually we'll have an opportunity to investigate its potential as a game mechanic too. I'm going to close it there and ask for questions, although it is a little bit early. If I can't answer any of the questions as well, I do apologise, but I will do my best. But please visit the websites of the group and the project, because they're eager to talk to people. They're definitely eager to talk to people from games, and they'd like to get people involved. And another thing I'd say is that at the International Conference for Computational Creativity this year, Antonio Sliapis gave a great talk where he argued that computational creativity and video games are made for each other, and video games are the future of the field. And what that means is, we have to get computational creativity people playing games, which we did this year. We had an exhibition, we invited some indie developers, we had some talks about games, but we also need to get folk from this room and watching online into computational creativity. It's a very crazy field. It has a slightly bad reputation, I think. Some of its practitioners can be a bit off-putting, but I promise you it's worth it, and it's a very exciting area. So feel free to talk to me more during the course of the conference, but definitely get in touch with the group as well. And thank you very much for listening. Oh, and we're still going to attempt to take questions via Twitter as well, if you want to, with the hashtag. Kaz.
Thank you for blowing the computational creativity horn. I always like when you do that.
It's a good one.
And I don't know that much about the WIM project, but have you pursued the idea of purposeful ideation, as in a fictionality that would help solve a problem or achieve a goal state?
Not to my knowledge, but the first thing that brings to mind is work done by Boyan and who else?
Albert Lee is the main person. Is there anyone else?
He's the primary.
Okay, which was about, and this was a few years ago, so I apologize if I get it wrong, about inventing tools for solving problems. So, for instance, it was done by conceptual blending, I think. So they invented a megaphone that could transmit diseases or something, because a megaphone amplifies your voice, so it would also be, and it was really beautiful. And that was kind of designed to be a kind of, here's a problem, now we need to invent something to solve it. One of the difficulties that I think WIM's currently facing is that we can make certain connections through ConceptNet, but it's hard to then break out of that and go further. We've already got promising results so far, but it's about going those steps further. But yeah, purpose is an important thing. Another thing that we've looked at is, I say we, I'm officially not part of WIM, but I'm using the we, is the viewpoint of the person coming up with the fictional idea. So, for instance, it might amaze people to think of an animal that carries its young in a pouch in front of it. This did amaze people. People thought this was a fictional idea. Then one day,
you had that
discovered
idea because you're talking to an Australian,
right.
didn't you? Yeah.
No, I think it was used as an example of how great evolution was once. People were coming up with mythical beasts, and they were just two horses glued together or something. A chimera is literally two known animals glued together. No one came up with the idea for a kangaroo. So that is fictional until that person has it in their knowledge base. So ConceptNet, and this kind of comes onto some of the stuff we were talking about earlier, the knowledge base is just everyone's knowledge base. But maybe there's also an importance of having viewpoints and perspectives in there as well. Yeah, there's loads to be done, but it's a very cool project. Any other questions? I realise it's a bit of a strange one, but then this workshop's all about that kind of stuff. No? Okay, I'm happy to put it there. We're already ahead of schedule anyway. So, all right, thank you very much. Thank you. You really saved me. You have no idea. Thank you.
Check your stream is still running. So our next talk is by Mark Liddell, and he's going to be talking about using common sense knowledge to create 3D game environments through the crowd.
So I think the great thing about this workshop is this is where we get to come and talk about our kind of crazy-ass ideas. And I like to think most of my work is inspired a little bit by crazy, but this is stuff that I think I went a little bit overboard with. So I'm glad to be able to talk about this and share it and kind of see where we went wrong. So the talk is really about the question, can we build a system that creates computer games, 3D computer games, without knowing anything in advance? And what I wanted to say is, how hard is this problem? And I'm going to show you, we didn't really kind of solve the problem, we didn't get all the way, but I really want to know was really, how hard was it? How far could we actually get by just doing kind of reasonable sorts of things that we already know how to do? So we're going to talk about that. And to kind of set the stage for why we're talking about this, I'm primarily work in story generation, so I like to build systems that create stories from scratch, and this is kind of the sort of things you get when you're thinking about text. Now, text is great because it runs on the best 3D simulator ever, which is the human imagination. But sometimes we also like to just see things. We like to see these things play out in virtual worlds, and here 3D, 2D, whatever. Doesn't really matter. So the way we came about this problem, just to kind of set the stage, is I was working on a system, it's a story generation system called Scheherazade, and what it does is it does a problem called open story generation, which is the question, can we create a novel story about a commonly known topic without having a pre-built, preconceived knowledge base? So what we literally want to do is be able to go to Scheherazade and say, tell me a story about going on a date, or robbing a bank, or rescuing a prince from a dragon. So we're rescuing princes because there's a diversity symposium going on right along the way, and princes just never get rescued often enough. But the idea is that it should be able to tell you about all these things, and I don't have to build different knowledge bases for each one of these different problems. I don't want to have to build a knowledge base to get the story that I want to tell. I want to be able to say anything to it. And as long as these things are well understood, I should be able to do that. So the way open story generation works is the system goes out and learns what it needs to learn to actually be able to tell the story. Okay, so that's great. We were working in text, and we thought, well, can I make a 3D game about any of these things, or anything that we can possibly imagine to ask about? So it's kind of a mix of the what-if machine kind of on steroids, perhaps, maybe going on here. Okay, so can a computer make a computer game? Sure. We have lots of talks here at this workshop about how to make computer games. There's something called procedural game generation. People have been doing it for a while. It's not the most common thing, but people are working on it. But most PGG requires a lot of knowledge. So we often need to know something about, well, do we need to know the virtual world? We need to know what the art assets are. Genre knowledge, the kind of game you're making, makes a big difference about what sorts of knowledge is needed, what you can do. Design criteria, evaluation functions, all these things tend to come from a human designer or a human knowledge engineer. And we're saying, what if you don't know any of that? You just turn on your computer and it knows nothing. And then you say, make me a computer game about robbing a bank or whatever it happens to be. Okay, so knowledge has been a theme, I think, throughout the workshop so far. Knowledge has been a pursuit of artificial intelligence for a long time, and one particular type of knowledge has been sought after for a long time, which is common sense knowledge, which roughly is the knowledge about how the world works and shared beliefs. It's the sort of things you see in ConceptNet, because that topic has come up a couple times. So here are two kind of common sense questions, or questions you might be able to answer if you have common sense knowledge. What do you do when you walk into a movie theater? Where would you find a tea kettle in a kitchen? Basic sorts of things that we all pretty much can answer most of the time. Things that computers typically know nothing about. Common sense knowledge is often considered kind of one of the hurdles to achieving human level intelligence, because if a computer can't answer these sorts of questions, they're perceived as stupid. The problem that we've seen come before is few common sense knowledge bases that really have everything you need. Most of them are very poorly populated because the space of knowledge is just so large. As a matter of fact, you cannot answer either of these questions in any of the common sense knowledge bases that I know about today. And one is procedural and one is spatial in nature. So where do we get common sense knowledge? Well, humans have a special thing that they can do. We're allowed to live in the real world, and we learn this stuff just kind of by interacting with the real world on a day-to-day basis. Computers can't do that, at least not right now. They can try to access existing knowledge bases like ConceptNet, but we've already talked about the sort of knowledge we might need aren't actually always in there. We can try to read the World Wide Web, although lots of things about common sense knowledge are not the things that people actually write down on the web and document, just because everyone already knows it. Plus, you also kind of have to solve the problem of reading the internet, which is still an ongoing problem as far as I know. And the last one is my favorite. We can try to extract the knowledge from the human minds. So I tried to make one of these things. The ethics people said, no, I can't do that. So we had to try something else. And the other thing that we settled on is something called human computation, or commonly also referred to it as crowdsourcing. The notion that people are out there and we can gain access to them. So human computation is really systems that organize humans to manually carry out complex processes that usually cannot be solved by AI right now, or to generate data sets that are not currently available, which is kind of the second focus. The way to think about crowdsourcing is really think about an algorithm in which one of the steps in your algorithm is go consult a bunch of people and see what they think, and then process on it, and then go to the next step. So crowdsourcing often, how do we get humans into your algorithms? Well, one way is you can pay them. So things like Mechanical Turk, where you can pay people a bit of money to actually answer questions or fill out a form. But there are other incentives as well, such as computer games, where we can ask people to play a game and then kind of solve kind of a serious problem or have a serious purpose to the video game. And so we're going to use a whole bunch of these human computation techniques to try to bootstrap our system in terms of the knowledge it needs to solve this original generating a 3D game from scratch sort of problem. So we have Scheherazade. Well, so here's the two things that I think we need to do to build a 3D game. I'd like to first generate an interactive fiction. And that can actually already be done. Our Scheherazade story generator can be configured to build an interactive fiction. And this is actually a screenshot of the sort of thing that it can generate right now. So you have, this is going to a movie theater, so you can get tickets. There's things you could do based on what you do. It kind of looks like a little interactive fiction, right? You can read more about it in my paper from a couple years ago. But that's not 3D, right? So the next stage, which I'm really going to talk about here, is how to get to the 3D version. Take this text and go to 3D. So I'm really going to give you a little bit of background about Scheherazade, how it makes this interactive fiction, and then talk about how we try to 3Dize it, and how well we are able to do there. So Scheherazade, as I mentioned before, is a story generator. And it's really dealing with the problem that storytelling is knowledge intensive. So when we build story generation systems, I might build a Little Red Riding Hood domain, and it can tell lots and lots of stories about little girls and wolves and grannies and cakes. But if we want to tell a story about Aladdin or a combat medic training simulation, it just can't do those sorts of things. So we rebuild our knowledge bases over and over and over again, and then lo and behold, it can't tell stories about Little Red Riding Hood. So again, my goal is to be able to build a system where I just type in a phrase, like, tell me a story about a bank robbery, and it just goes and does it. And as I mentioned before, the key challenge is domain knowledge acquisition, which it tries to get from the crowd. So crowdsourcing narrative intelligence. Think about a crowd is really a massively distributed knowledge base of common sense. And the only question really is, how do we get that knowledge base out of people's heads and into the computer in a form we want to know? I'm not going to talk about too much how we're going to do it, but basically what we're going to do is we're treating the crowd, we're basically saying we're going to use the crowd to simulate a lifetime of experiences for the computer. That knowledge is out there, we just have to get it. A more technical way of saying this is we're going to crowdsource a highly specialized corpus of narrative examples, learn a generalized model about what people tend to do in sorts of situations and how they interact with the environment, learn that model, and then use the model to make new stories that recombine all this information in ways they've never seen before. And I should mention, since this is the first use of crowdsourcing in our system, we're paying people. So Scheherazade has a bank account, as scary as that might be. So it's a just-in-time model learning situation. The idea is a user says, tell me a story about something, a bank robbery, for example. And the system says, well, let me think about what I know about bank robberies. Oh, I've never heard of a bank robbery before because I'm a computer. So I can't tell you any sort of story, so I'm going to go out, I'm going to access Mechanical Turk, I'm going to ask lots of people, what happens when you rob a bank? What happens when a bank gets robbed? We get those stories, and instead of regurgitating those stories, we try to kind of learn the basic notions of what people do, what order the people do those things in, build the model into memory, and then we go forth and generate the story or an interactive fiction. So I'm not going to talk about how all these steps go. They're gory sorts of details. But this is the sort of thing. This is the sort of model you get. It's the things that you do and the typical orders, partially ordered kind of sequences that you tend to get. I should note that each of these bubbles is an action. We didn't tell the system what the actions are. It actually learned it from people's natural language. And what I think is kind of cool about this is because it's learning what your action space is, you get some interesting things. Like, for example, I didn't think we were going to get this when we talked about going on a date to a movie theater. But the system actually learned how to go get a kiss. So that's pretty cool. The system learned how to get to second base without ever telling this. And I mean, me being a computer scientist, I never thought to say, oh, kissing is something you can actually do in a movie theater. It learned it because that's what people think tends to happen when you go on a date. Excellent. Bank robberies, a little bit more complicated. I'm not even showing you all of it. But the fact is that you can actually learn what happens when you go and rob a bank. All right, so how do we make this knowledge 3D? Well, this is what Scheherazade gives you before, as you've seen. It's text. It's great. It gives you choices, the things you can do. It knows what happens next, so it can ask you questions. What do you want to do? That's how we make it interactive. This is what I really want. Okay, this is a screenshot from Fear. We're not going to get that. How about this? Just a dining room. Can we do a dining room? A student of mine built this in Unity. No. How about this? Here's a kitchen. This is actual results. Okay. We're getting something. There's some problems here. You can sort of almost tell it's a kitchen just because it has a refrigerator, I guess. But can we even get here? What does it take to even get here? Okay. Well, here are the 4 things that we have to do to go from that interactive fiction to the scene that you just talked about. And these are common sense knowledge questions for the most part. We need to know what objects are in a kitchen, what objects are in a bank, what objects are in a movie theater. How are they spatially related? Where should the refrigerator go with respect to the tea kettle? Right? Where should the clock go? On the wall, right? Those sorts of things. We need art assets, right? I don't have a gigantic database of art assets because I didn't know I was going to be doing a kitchen or a bank robbery or something like that. And then we actually have to go and physically place these things in the 3D game engine. Okay, so quickly going through those particular steps. Nothing you're going to see is kind of rocket science, but they're just kind of straightforward things, a pipeline sort of process. So where do we get the objects? Well, there's 2 places where we get the objects. First is we can actually go to the crowdsourced interactive fiction. So there are nouns, right? So if you're in a bank robbery, people say, John pulls his gun, Sally's behind the cash register, so we know there's cash registers, guns, those sorts of things. Those are typically the things that are actually used, but you would need all the other things that aren't used, that are kind of the decorations, the background environment. And for that, we're actually going to go to ConceptNet, which is one of these common sense knowledge bases. The current knowledge bases out there are really good for physical objects that you sort of see in typical environments. So we can actually go and say, what do we tend to find in a bank? We can ask it, what sorts of things can exist in a bank? Sometimes you get abstract notions, so we do this special trick where we actually say, look for all the objects that can be used for something, because those are typically the physical things that people actually will walk up to and use, and thus the things that you tend to want to see in those environments. But just having those objects, we need to know something about them. How are they spatially related? I can't just throw a bunch of objects in a big room and say, it's a bank robber. We need to actually place them sensibly, so we need to know spatial relations. This is the sort of thing you can't find. People just haven't written down where everything tends to be on a most typical sort of basis. Whereas the tea kettle, most typically on a stove, right? So we're going to go back to the crowd. We're going to say, all right, we're going to need spatial relations. I'm going to ask people to tell us where we tend to find these things, specifically in a bank or in a kitchen, whatever it happens to be. But I don't want to pay people. I'm tired of paying people. So we're going to try something a little bit different. We're going to say, well, what if there was another game out there, and you played this game, and in the context of playing this game, we learned a whole bunch of spatial relationships that we then piped into our story generator, into our game generator itself. So what we're basically saying is, can you play a game and create another game kind of as a side effect of that? Which I think is a kind of cool idea. This is like the first kind of touch on this particular idea. So this is our game. It's called Heart ESP. It's basically what's called a 2-player output agreement game, which is that 2 people play the game. They're asked a question. When they answer the question the same, we have some confidence that they're actually telling us the truth. Because if they don't tell us, if they don't agree, they don't get points. So they have to try to be as truthful as possible so that they can both come to the same agreement. The question is posed in the it's a little typo here, but the question is posed in the context of, in a particular environment, in a bank or in a living room, there is a chair and a TV. What is the relationship between those? And you have a number of choices that you have to play. And you're both trying to guess, what would the other person choose here? And if they both choose the same thing, we add that to the knowledge base. So the chair can be on top of the TV, far from, behind, under, in front of. There's no relationship between these 2 things, so on and so forth. Very simple game. Very, very boring game. But it's kind of your standard game with a purpose, crowdsourcing sort of game out there. Once we do that, we basically have a bunch of objects in the context of scene with the spatial relationships. Now we know certain things are near things, we know certain things are far away, on top of, underneath, next to, so on and so forth. But we don't have any art assets yet. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go on the web, and there's this thing called SketchUp Warehouse. It used to be Google. They spun it off. But it's basically a gigantic 3D warehouse where people make 3D art assets. And the cool thing is they have standard parameters. They use standard measurements. They basically say, when you build those things, build them in their actual physical environment. So, something that's a meter long should appear as a meter. It facilitates reuse. So people make these 3D assets and share them all over the place because they're instantly reusable. That's great. So we actually do something very similar to a Rogue Dream, I believe, which is that we just go and we Google it. And we download that art asset, we do some processing on it, and we throw it into Unity. Sometimes the query fails because we're asking for weird things that people just never made art assets for, in which case we just make a unit cube and put it there, which is not very satisfactory. Future work is we'd like to at least, if we're going to end up with a unit cube, at least go Google an image and try to paste that on front, but we haven't gotten there yet. And then finally, now we have assets, we have spatial relationships, but we still actually have to physically make the scene. We need to render the scene. And to do that, we're going to use a rather straightforward constraint satisfaction problem. So we have n items, we have relationships between those items, and of course we can go through there and we can say, this is near that, and this is next to that, and this is on top of that, and eventually we should all be able to figure out where it's going to go. To make this actually a really simpler problem, we're going to use gravity to our effect. So things tend to settle to the ground, as we're all aware. So what we're going to do is we're going to kind of start from the floor and work our way up. We're basically going to go and look for everything that has the on relationship to the floor. So what's on the floor, put those things in our scene first. So we sort the objects based on the number of relationships, just so we put the most important objects that are most related to most other things. And we just kind of randomly place things, and if we can't, we try to relax the constraints on the problem until we can do a replacement. And then we recurse. We say, everything I placed on the floor, I'm going to go and put everything on top of those things. And I'm going to do some random arrangement there, and we're just going to build our way up to the ceiling. And we'll build a scene. There's about a bunch of randomness. To handle the randomness, we're just going to do this n times, k times. We're just going to do this over and over again, and we have a scoring metric to say, well, how many pieces do we actually able to place? How many constraints do we have to relax every single time? And we just keep the best of them. It's kind of a really simple kind of Monte Carlo sort of approach. And this is the sort of thing you get. This is the scene you saw before. This is the kitchen. Everything is placed on things. We don't know what some of these things are. They're just cubes. But the things that we do have the art assets for, like I said, I think you can look at this and you can kind of deduce that it's a kitchen fairly easily. I think it's not bad for what we were able to do. And the place that we were starting with was literally nothing. Limitations and future work. This art asset thing is kicking our butts. Okay. The SketchUp warehouses, things like that, don't actually have a lot of things, and as you get into more fantastical environments, you just see fewer and fewer of those sorts of things. Eventually, we have to solve the procedural problem of making realistic-looking art assets. There's a lot more we can do about space layout, like there's lots of things we know about good space design and navigability that we can make for better layouts. I think the biggest thing that we ran into here, though, is perhaps not a surprise, but Heart ESP is not a fun game to play. Most crowdsourcing games are not fun. And what I think we really need to do, if we're really going to tackle these knowledge issues with games, is we really need to understand how do we make these games, these crowdsourcing tasks for common sense, more interesting for humans to do, so they'll actually do it. Right now, pretty much I have to force people to play, which is not really any better than just paying people, right? It's just a pain in the butt. And so we've actually started to look at some of these issues about how we can make these games more fun. And so I invite you to check that out, but I think there's a big open research problem there. So let me just kind of finish up and talk about some of the things that I learned along the way in this process. So I do think that procedural game generation, procedural content generation, all these things rely too much on specialized designer knowledge, and we'd like to really break the relationship between the designer, the AI person, and the content, because it comes down to fundamentally creativity. Who's really being creative here? Is it the algorithm, or is it the good knowledge that we put into the algorithm in the first place? And I'd like to be able to say our algorithm is creative because it's doing everything. It's making all the decisions. I think the role of common sense knowledge in procedural content generation has been largely overlooked. I think it's hugely important to get past these knowledge issues. I think the role of the crowd as a way of getting knowledge, but also helping the system learn how to design things, is a tremendous source. Why not learn from humans who actually know what they're doing, or maybe through consensus of a lot of naive users, what good games are and what good games are like? How far can we take this? And to kind of finish up, I really think this idea of making a game by playing games is really kind of a cool new way of engaging with humans in the context of procedural game and procedural content generation. And I'd love to see more people thinking about these sorts of issues. So perhaps more questions than answers. I hope you thought this was kind of cool and that a little bit of craziness has been solved along the way. A lot of people went into this. A lot of funding went into this. I'm going to special shout out to 3 people. Albert and Hong are graduating soon. You should hire them. Albert built Scheherazade. He's awesome. Hong's awesome too. He's done player modeling. And Alex, maybe within the next year, he's crossing his fingers over there. Maybe on the job market as well. He's organizing the workshop, so definitely talk to him. Thank you very much. Please hit me with crazy questions.
Yeah, so I wonder if by crowdsourcing certain things, you're also picking up storytelling or narrative biases instead of from a single author, and it's traditional storytelling and story design, from kind of mixed messages from various people. So back to that question, what is creative?
Right.
Algorithm or a bunch of people on the internet?
Bunch of people on the internet, honestly. I'll say what we're doing is in some ways mining people's creativity. Now there's something kind of interesting that happens here, which is that when we mine lots of people's creativity, we're looking for statistical matches. So we're trying to correct people's beliefs or kind of balance people's beliefs against each other, which actually in some ways kind of mutes the creativity aspect. Because what we're saying is, here's the things that lots of people tend to believe. So you're not going to get the really kind of truly brilliant creative sorts of things. But it also lets us hedge against the crazy people who are not good actors in the system as well. So in other words, finding truly creative versus finding noise or junk, there's a very fine line that we don't know. And we hedge our bets and we just take the most average answer.
Would it be an interesting story? Or just a mediocre average stuff?
Well, as you can kind of see in here, we're dealing with very simple kind of real world sorts of domains, like going to a restaurant, robbing a bank's actually not uncommon, right? We could do weddings, we can catch airplanes, those sorts of things, but you're not going to see kind of the true Hollywood sorts of things. You're not going to see the bank robbery from The Dark Knight, where they crash buses into the bank and those sorts of things. This really is the reason why we did focus on common sense knowledge purposes, because I know we can get it, we can verify it as being correct, but we are filtering out some of the really good responses as a consequence, and that's a trade-off we were forced to make.
So when you're asking about how creative something is, one of the really important things is that our opinion doesn't matter. What matters is what people perceive. So when Angelina started classifying textures, I tried to restrict it to asking yes or no questions, but that just wasn't feasible. And I wondered what you felt. What do you feel like people's perception of this process is at the moment?
From the crowd workers? Or from...
yeah, and also just generally when you present the work to people. I mean, maybe we should ask the audience, but do you feel like people are accepting of this as a creative action, or is it just mining the creativity of others in people's eyes? I mean, it can be both.
I'm not sure, because the crowd workers don't know what's going on behind the scenes. They don't really know that they're part of a process. It's kind of in the disclaimer, but they don't read it. They don't know that they're performing creativity on behalf of the computer. They're really just saying, in the case of Scheherazade Plane, there's for $1, I'll write down the 10 steps that I think you have to do when you go to a restaurant, right? And that's all there is to it. Now, some people really get into it, and they go a little bit crazy, and we get great data. We have this great story about a guy and a girl going to a movie theater, breaking up in the middle of the movie, storming out, reconciling, and living happily ever after. That's a brilliant story. But in the end of the day, we had to filter it out because it didn't look like any of the stories. So that person was really getting at the heart of the question. But, if not everyone gets in the heart of the same way, we have to do that. So I'd love to actually go back in and figure out what to do with those outliers that are really, truly brilliant, to figure out whether they're brilliant and actually use that information. And the same thing with the game playing. People don't really know what their knowledge is being used for. And people won't even play the game because they say, this is not even fun, right? Pay me $1 and I'll play longer, but don't make me play this game anymore. So, like I said, I think how you get people into the system, get engaged in the system, could be a really, really important research problem.
So, I have a theory about why your game is not fun to play.
Oh, I have lots of reasons why.
I think there's one big thing.
Yeah.
So you've done well in crowdsourcing the objects that should be in the space. You've done well in crowdsourcing the actions that one could take to a goal state. But you didn't ask after that the audience, what can you do to stop that goal state? What obstacle can you create to prevent the bank from being robbed? At each one of those steps. Because at least from the standpoint of doing dramatic improvisational design, the most important thing you got to remember is creating the right obstacle, or a series of obstacles, so that the player, if it's an actor, is forced to create impulsive instinctive decisions.
Yeah.
And that's how they internalize and learn, the improvisation. Right?
Right.
So in a sense, I mean, once you start asking that question and start implementing that, right, then it becomes, I think, more fun because now you don't have a clear shot, and there's always the chance that you could lose.
Right.
Right. So I would just add that component. I mean, like if you're going to do a romantic game, of course, there's 100 ways where your date could go wrong.
Yeah.
So then, and it would be delightful, actually, much more fun to be the crowdsourced antagonist.
Right.
Who can interfere.
No, absolutely,
Yeah.
and we've thought similar. I mean, for good storytelling measures, there needs to be an obstacle. There needs to be something to go wrong in a recovery.
Many things.
Many things often, right? So we've actually thought about, well, can you crowdsource the question? What goes wrong at a date? What goes wrong at a restaurant? As ways of extending the knowledge and getting more story-like.
But I actually, what I would do is embody an antagonist so that they have a contrary objective, a contrary goal state. Because asking the question simply what could go wrong, that's not quite the same thing. Because you're still putting people in the point of the protagonist, who's creating fantasies of negative results.
So
right?
being the bad guy is fun.
What you want to do is you want to create a justifiable quote unquote bad guy that's probably good to them, right? And create a contradictory goal state.
Right.
Do that, and you're going to get all the obstacles you need.
I love that idea. That's a great idea.
I would play that crowdsourced game without having to be paid $1. If someone said, "Here is Allison and Bob's movie date. You are a theater attendant. Ruin their date."
Right. All right. I might have my next steps after that. Dave.
I'm trying to figure out exactly how this would hook in, but I've always been fascinated with the ability of, if I can remember the terms correctly, multidimensional scaling and semantic space networks is where just by comparing two different things at a time, is this more like this or more like that?
Sure.
You end up, depending on how many axes you have, arranging objects or actions or anything that can be compared in this way into areas that of similarity,
right?
With startling accuracy. And so by using that as a crowdsourcing tool, you can end up categorizing stuff so that it isn't very much a one-off. Like your TV example, the chair goes in front of the TV. Well, how many other arrangements are very similar to that? So you can really expand out, but also actions that are in, here's a generally positive action, here's a generally adversarial things. And it seems like that not only could you crowdsource that, but that may actually be a good thing to do, like we've heard earlier today about data mining, of seeing how often things show up in proximity to each other in searches and everything, to be able to just really extend this and make the generation then of the stories and stuff more robust. I've got a book at home on this, but there's papers on multidimensional scaling and semantic space networks.
So certainly once you have multiple domains, you can start to do similarity and clustering and those sorts of things. So and then you can say, well, a bank lobby is a lot like an office space, and I know what an office space looks like, or I know what a living room looks like, and I know that these things tend to crop up from time to time. So purchasing happens in a lot of stories and lots of contexts. TVs tend to be on other sorts of furniture, these are sorts of things, and so that will help us short circuit the crowdsourcing, because I don't want to have to ask so many questions. I'd like to minimize them or interactions with the human, which would be great. We have to potentially be a little bit careful because the exceptions we must also check. So we might say that's like that, so I'm just going to assume this. I might want to actually spot check that and say, well, what things are not like those things?
That would come down to how many different axes are you tracking, similarity and disparity on. The other thing too, as far as you're setting up your 3D environments, was it 2009, and I believe some guys from University of Alberta had a ProcGen system that you give it a footprint of a house, and you open the door to go into it, and it would just say, okay, I'm going to generate the interior of the house. And things made sense because of relational things. It would say, well, a table tends to go in the middle of the room, chairs tend to go around the tables. It would lay out kitchens, it would lay out, so you might want to look into whatever it was that they were, I think it was Alberta. But it was 2009, 2010.
Oh, yeah, it's, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, sure. So when you know those relationships, so the question here was,
Yeah, how do you
once
get
you
the
get the relations?
relationships?
Once we do that, I know you can do a lot better in graphics. There's a great SIGGRAPH paper on feng shui. If you know that, that's knowledge, right? And you can make great use of that knowledge.
SIGGRAPH feng shui. It's just
I
not
like
the same
crazy
semantic space.
We're out of time for questions, but feel free to catch Mark afterwards. I'm sure he'll take more questions.
Excellent comment. Thank you very much.
I will give you 5 minutes.
Oh,
Yeah, you only have 5 minutes. You need to make up for lost time. Today by Jonathan Tremblay talking about jumping.
Yay, jumping.
Question being, can he jump?
Can I jump? I used to be able to. Now I got computer science.
I'm just looking at the title of your paper that says I can jump, and I was kind of trying to set you up there, but you didn't say it, so.
Well, that's not me.
It's just a position paper. It's just like 6 pages of photos of him jumping. It's a lot, but the views are good, so.
I'm at the wrong conference. Isn't it the animation guys?
Okay. Okay. Here we go. I do this.
And we have our answer.
Cool. I can jump. Okay, so my name is Jonathan, as I was kindly introduced by everyone, I guess. So I'm here to present this work that I worked on with Clark and Alex that are here present. We are from McGill, it's in Montreal, which is in Quebec, which is in Canada, which is in the rest of the world. So the title goes, I Can Jump, and then there's a following sort of more normal title that says, Exploring Search Algorithms for Simulating Platformer Players, but I really wanted to just keep I Can Jump, so because I get to do whatever I want in my slides, that's why I get it. Okay, so where I want to go with this I Can Jump. So here, normally when you're creating a game or when you have friends creating games, you'll ask your other friends to say, hey, play my game and then let me know what you think, or if you find any bugs, please let me know. So there's this whole process of testing the game that could be tedious, it could be annoying to find your friends might be getting sick of playing your game, or in the context of a AAA games, you get a lot of people, like huge rooms, and then you have a lot of people playing the games, and then it costs a little bit of money. Well, would it be cool to just have robots to play your game? And then you give your game to your robot, and then or an AI, an artificial intelligence, and then they play it, they report bugs, they report information about their gameplay experience, and then this is sort of my sort of imagination of where sort of AI and games should sort of go towards, and have a bunch of questions on actually how to do this. But since we are a bunch of game AI researchers or AI researchers or all working in artificial intelligence, all of you guys are probably have a million ideas as we already saw today. So here, I don't want to be a voodoo. I'm not going to say anything super fancy. I'm just going to explore some ideas and then explore some search algorithms in this domain, which is the platformer domain. You start at the blue sphere, you want to go to the green sphere, and then you can jump on the green. Oh, you cannot see it.
It's back there. So you need to go from the screen back there to the screen up here. I get it. Okay.
Oh yeah, wait a second. Probably this mirror display guy. That's at the top.
Best for display.
Best
Go
for
to
display.
yeah. There you go. Oh yes, that's an excellent solution.
As long as you can see it.
Display means best for the retina display on your laptop.
I don't have retina display, but you get to see it. Because I have videos and then it would. Okay, so you start from the blue sphere. You want to reach the green sphere. You can jump on the green stuff. The blue space is where you can actually go. And then we want to search that space. So we have normally a state representation. We have some actions. We can go over these states. And then we're going to use some of these search algorithms. Then I'm going to talk a little more. Here is the state, so that's what we decided to use. X, Y, the position. We use time as well. It could be implicit, it could be explicit. I'll talk a lot about time, as I think it's a very hard dimension to deal with. Gravity, double jump. So are you falling? Did you double jump or not? Are you alive? Did you die? Because we have some platformer species that you can walk on and then die.
as well. You can jump off the screen, but try to limit that. And then these are the actions: jump, move left, move right, double jump, wait, jump left, jump right. Very straightforward. You apply these actions over a state, and then you have to give it how long you're going to apply that action. So you're going to give it, you say, I want to jump for 10 frames, and the sorry, in the case of jumping, because it's instantaneous, you're just going to be jumping and then wait afterwards for 10 frames. Okay, so we started this fun work with the Monte Carlo walk, which is, I'm just going to apply a bunch of random actions. Eventually, I might get to the goal state. I should have taken water. Can I have your water? Thank you so much. So, apply some random actions. Thank you. Apply some random actions, and then you get to have some walking around. Eventually, you might get there or might not get there. So here's a question, and I think it's sort of coming out of a lot of the talks. Is this human, or is this human-like, or to which extent is this human? And then I'll come back with this and then give some ideas. But really, if you're going to search, you better use A*, especially if you know where you're going to go. Very straightforward. Cut me if you don't know these algorithms. I might introduce them, but that's not the goal, I think, of this talk. So you move directly towards the goal here. You might get different behaviors depending on what you're using as parameters. For example, what's the distance between two nodes you will allow A* to put in its data structure. So there's a sort of a distance metric. There's another idea of how long, how long are you going to apply the actions? Like I talked about the 10 frames. So if you put 1 frame, it's shorter. If you put 15 frames, it's longer. So you get a different sort of grain of your search, and then that gives you a very directed path towards the goal. And then we looked into I should have done that as well for A*. Now I have the same question: is this human-like? Does this look like a human path or not? All right, let's continue. MCTS, now Monte Carlo tree search, that uses. It's not really meant for platforms, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this. Platformers, but here just uses a little bit more randomness. So MCTS will give you different paths and different values. So whereas A* you only had one solution given the parameters, here MCTS will give you different things. So in the terms of testing a game, it might be more interesting to use MCTS than A*, depending on what you want to actually do with the test, what you're interested in. Although MCTS is not meant to do platformer, it's meant to do a tree search, so you're going to reach a terminal state eventually, and then you're going to be able to backpropagate that information back up the tree. So we kind of trick MCTS in thinking that it was reaching terminal states at one point, and I think Julian reached the same conclusion in the previous paper. So here is sort of this grid, or this integer grid, and then eventually when you reach a red cells, that's a terminal state. So as you're doing searches over that place, that's just a dead place. So we will push the search towards another position. MCTS was actually kind of hard to use at the beginning and make it work with the domain of platformer. And we use randomly exploring tree search. That's the only one I have sort of an algorithm, because it's not that as popular as the two others in the domain of video games. But what's really cool about it is it's really random, but it's sort of directed to trying to reach some places, or at least expanding and then search the space. So you sample a random point, and then you find the closest one in your data structure. So there's a sort of a metric. And then you try to connect these two segments, but you do that in this domain using A* or MCTS, which is a sort of a local planner between two states. And then you add it to the tree if you actually found a path between the two states, and then you repeat until you find a solution. That will give you sort of trees like this, where you have red lines sort of crossing over the platform, but it describes this idea that you can actually reach two states in between, and then you have some of the states that were simple but not connected. As you can see, there are some dots around. And then, but what's cool is this is the sort of paths you're getting with RRT, so very random, not very straightforward to the point, but is this more human-like than A-star or MCTS? Or that's another very interesting question. But there's a drawback as we're going from something that is very directed A-star, extremely efficient as well in time, so it goes directly, it finds something that is very optimal, very fast, but using MCTS is a little slower, about twice as slow, and this time's and then RRT, when you're adding randomness to it, it's about 4 times as slow as A-star to find one solution. It's like milliseconds, like 200 milliseconds to 800 milliseconds. All right. And then something we kind of sort of looked at is timing. Timing was an issue. For example, here we have a bunch of platformers. That's a stomper, the red thing that will kills you. It kills you if you touch it. So if you just throw in A-star in this level, you're not going to find a solution, because as you're going to go along towards the green node, eventually you'll have to step back or you'll have to wait, but then you'll get some nodes collision that you're not allowed to. So eventually you're going to run out of states as you're going to explore more towards the upper part of the level. Here we've used we've used a 3D. We made the time an explicit dimension. So as it's searching, it's keeping track of how far 2 states are in terms of x, y, and t. And this is why we get the little guy to step backwards. So it's not reaching the same states because they're in the same position in x and y, but not in time. And then he's going back, he's going in up front as well. But then using that 3D A-star that I might call, if we throw it into a level like this, so this is our debug view for trying to understand what's going on. So all these arrows represent some actions that we did over states. So for example, I think the red one is jump straight, if you can figure out what the red one is. So this one, the search is supposed to get you to move, to explore the space, but as you make time an explicit dimension, you're sort of exploring the space, but the space that time provides you as well. So it's sort of a sphere exploding. So you have to have a lot of nodes in order to reach the far right hand, and then go at the top and then have a sort of a straight line, and then kind of degenerated, and then I couldn't find a solution for this particular level. Whereas if you just use the 2-dimensional A-star, you get this very, oh, it's not, there you go. I forgot to put it, okay, now it's running. So you get this very straightforward path, which took about, like, I don't know, just pressing a click, and then you get that solution very straightforward. So time is something that is really hard to handle, especially in the case of RRT, where RRT was only sampling x and y, didn't sample x and y and t. So here it got into situations where at the top here, you get some nodes, and then if you remember clearly, the platform was moving left to right. And then you get some nodes here. They're in terms of a certain configuration with time. So they have a certain time here, but the platformer might not be under. So as you're sampling these other nodes here and these other places, you might not be able to connect these nodes together because the platformer is all the way to the right. So you're kind of stuck in this configuration, and then the only way to get out of that configuration is to actually scrap the data structure you've constructed and then rebuild a new one and hope for the best. So here time is challenging. At which moment do you need to sample time, and at which moment you don't need to sample time is a good question. How can you actually come out with some sort of analysis over your level and tell you, okay, here is very important, we're all going to sample time or not? Well, a little quick comment on Unity. So this is all implemented in Unity. If you can download it and play around with it if you want, thanks to Alex. But we had some problems with the physics when we wanted to simulate the physics in the editor. So because everything is supposed to be like a tool, so you build your level, you press the button, and then you see your solutions, and then you're happy or not. But here we want the physics simulator to run, so we want to be able to do that sort of like offhand play button. But we were not able to do that because the physics simulator only worked in the play mode, and then you cannot really reconstruct the things like you want. And so we ended up writing our own physics simulators, and then sort of collisions checking was a little tedious as well. So a lot of little bugs at the beginning that we're not expecting coming from Unity. So that would be very cool if Unity could open up a little bit of their physics engine, and then we could use it better. Okay, And then sort of in general, A* will find you a solution, MCTS will find you a random sort of directed solution, RIT finds you a random like path. Time component is kind of hard to handle at which moment. Randomness comes with a cost, so as we are going from top to bottom, you're getting more expensive, you're going to spend more time to actually find these solutions. Now it's more of the part where I get to talk more freely. Now we have these solvers. They're not very impressive, but they're there. What's the next step? It will be very cool to have them to act more like humans, and I kind of asked that question of like which one is the more human-like. It's really hard to tell what defines a human path, and I think there's a sick competition on that topic as well. But then here, if we want to understand the mechanisms of what is a human, are we going to go through, because now I have some ideas, we're going to go through Google and ask what is a human path, and then wait for the filling up and then figure it out. Are we going to go through crowdsourcing as well, which seems to be a very interesting way to go? Please rate which of these paths is the most human-like. We're going to use machine learning based on that data that we're going to have afterwards to sort of figure it out, what is human, what is not human. As well, there's something important as you're designing your game is failure. It's really important to know where players are failing. These solvers give you solutions. They don't give you where the player fails. They just said, okay, here's a path that I found. But failure is extremely important. And I was at a talk, and then the girl said, your greatest success awaits you after your greatest failure. So you kind of need that failure. It helps to understand what's going on through your level. And as well, these solvers are playing. They're just exploring the space, but they have no idea what they're doing, if what they're doing is easy or hard. They're just doing it. And then you might get like paths that are insane, like very tight. Like for example, the A* one in 3D was very tight with the stomper going down. Like you might always like, oh, did he touch it? Did it? Like you're not very sure. So how do you measure these things? How do you come with like an algorithmic definition of what is hard and what is not hard? And that is another question, is very human oriented. And so in the end, what I would like is to have to play games that are fun, but as well as sort of like build from robots. As I don't know, I like robots to do things for me. And I think these are very interesting questions on their own, and then I'm more interested in solving these problems and playing games. I think now. Well, thank you for your time. I'd like to thank Alex and Clark and funding agencies from Canada. Thank you. Yes.
I know it's hard to really simulate human play, but I would think that one thing you could use this for would also just be debugging, as kind of a slightly smarter version of fuzz testing. Fuzz testing is where you like play white noise into the inputs of the system and see if it falls down.
Mm-hmm.
You could use this as a way of playing the game where it's trying to be purposeful, but it's actually not going to play the way a typical player would do, and so it's going to explore some things that you might not get in your QA testing, and hopefully help you just find cases where the system dies.
That's why I like RIT a lot, because we tried it in another context, and then it will give you like solutions. You're like, what the hell? And then now you have to think about, okay, the design is like this, things can happen, I need to reconstruct that thing. But yeah, fuzziness, that kind of noise. Whereas A*, it always gives you one path. It's kind of boring, really. Mm-hmm. Yes, Simon?
Some of what you're doing with the searching for paths reminds me of some of the things that happen in graphics in path tracing, ray tracing, where you have a light in one room and we're in here, you want to know like what path does the light take to bounce off the 6 walls to get here? And there, of course, they're not just looking for one path, they want to know the distribution of verb paths. How often are some paths taken? Say like, if a lot of the light that gets me bounces off a red wall first, then I should be shaded red and so on. So there, it's definitely about modeling the
that's interesting. It brings the idea of what's the distribution of the things we could do in here, rather than just like what is a path or a solution.
Sort of running with that analogy, the idea of like different surface things. Like there might be some platforms that people jump off of every direction because they don't know what they're looking for. That'd be like a white wall or something. But there would be other things like mirrors where it's really obvious what to do. And you say, for the kind of players I'm modeling, when they land on this platform, they know to jump directly to the exit because it's obvious. And then by annotating your level a different way, hopefully you can just hand it off to some path searching engine and sample these different paths and not just get one at a time.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah.
So I think that you'll get more human-like path if you create a membership function for doubt. And so doubt is a problem of waiting between the stimuli that you've received over time, right, and the expectation that you expect to get as a result of the action you've taken. So if the path that you're going doesn't change velocity, right, because they're been going in the same direction and they haven't got new stimuli, but they're close to the goal, then it probably needs to slow down, and consider the other way. And so doubt as a membership function is one of those membership functions that is very much like human beings. So that's my suggestion.
Oh, that's interesting. I'm very considered that. Michael,
I'm so excited about using this stuff because I've moved some earlier work I had on Mechanic Miner into Unity, and my thesis has meant I haven't been able to work on it, but I'm about to go back to it. One of the big problems I've got is I need to prove there isn't a solution, and I'm guessing that's pretty hard for this system as well. Because I found it really hard to prove that there is no route to the exit. Because that's explosive, right? I don't know. I mean, could your system do that? Would that take ages? Would it?
Ages, I don't know. It depends on what your definition of ages is. But could do it within a minute max. Okay. But it depends on like how many nodes you want to give it. Like there's some parameters you can play around with. Eventually, you could just say, by assumption, if it's taking more than 50,000 nodes, which is about 3 minutes of computation, there's no solution in my level.
The other question I have is that no, wait, so it's going to be, you can't exhaust it. Oh, I'm having a bad day. I'll ask you at lunch. Go on.
A couple of things. First, on the making it look more human than robotic, Ian was definitely on the right choice about inserting noise, because human behavior fits someplace on the continuum between perfectly rational, which is what A* gives you, and completely random, which you saw the results of that. Someplace in there is reasonable. The thing is, by opening up the parameters that get you into there, you go from reasonable into people trying to mess with the system, as he was talking about using it for testing, of getting novel solutions that wouldn't be reasonable but might be somebody just wanders off into the weeds. So that you can simulate a lot of that. Either if you're trying to simulate a human player, you fuzzy it up a little bit. If you're trying to see if it breaks, you fuzzy it up a lot, but not necessarily completely random. For Michael's question of how you test to see if there is no solution, you run it backwards from the goal. And you basically think about this. The easy solution is flood fill from the goal, and you look at what didn't get touched. If the player ever ends up in those areas that didn't get touched, he can't get to the goal from there.
Can you run your physics simulation in reverse, though, like that?
It's numbers. You can run it in reverse.
Probably.
So.
Not true.
Yeah.
I think there was a paper on this where they evaluated similar stuff, but they did like platformers, and it was on 8, and so they did clustering of it. They did random movement of in a platformer. And they
is it a platformer, or was it like a 2D map? That
2D frog? Was it?
Yeah, it was frog jumping. Yeah, it was frog jumping.
A couple years ago.
There was gravity and frog jumping basically. Yeah. And they ran the simulation, and they just got samples, and they did clustering to visualize the possible places the frog could get to. And
I would like to look it up. Clearly, it's
was 8 2012.
Okay, I'll look it up.
So
It's Iron Bower? Okay.
Yeah. And one more thing, why do you set time as difficult? But to me, it's like a very straightforward thing is that if I have moving obstacles, then I put the obstacles position into state, not time. I mean.
Well, they're a function for the platformer. They're a function of time. So the position of where you're going
but
at.
Times is difficult, but position of obstacles is easy.
Yeah, but this like when you get up. So when you're getting to this weird like this structure here. Like you have like some x and y and t to all of your nodes, and then things are moving, but then you like the way you're sampling the space using RT or this random sample, you need to be explicit about sampling the time as well. In this case, actually solve that level instead of. It's not a question of handling where the platforms are. That's very straightforward. You can add it to your state. That's not the hard part. It's to actually search that space when you make time an explicit component of it. That's the part that is a little more tricky.
I don't get it. Like, what's the difficult part?
It's because you're going to have an explosion of the states you're going to be looking at. Especially for the RT, it's very easy to pick a random point. It's very easy to pick a random point in x and y, but then as you're getting x and y and t, so now so if you pick a t that is very far, and then now you want to connect these two nodes, like it's a. I don't know. I can show you. I have another time thingy expression. I can talk to you about it.
It is adding another dimension, and depending on how discrete your time slices are, but you could also limit the farthest horizon of your time slices.
You can do a lot of tricks. It's just that it turns out like
in this case, if you were to analyze how often does the map cycle, you've got these two things that are moving. And let's say we're doing half-second time slices, and the whole cycle is 4 seconds long. Great, so you have 8 extra branches.
But you can always come up. I can always come up with a problem that is bigger and harder and bigger and harder. But it's true. You could do an analysis over it, but that's where we didn't get. Yeah.
Yeah. So great talk, Jonathan. So one thing that has kind of become quite popular nowadays, besides MCPS. That we saw at Stick is general video game playing, right? So it's not just playing a platformer, it's just trying to play different types of games and things like that. So have you had any thoughts of extending this kind of, because this is something that, I did when we were doing general video game playing, and I think we saw different types of controllers, right? People were using MCPS, A-star, and then Tommy used A-star. Climbing with A-star and things like that. So just thinking whether when you actually look at these different bots playing the games, whether you can actually infer the type, back to your question about what kind of bot is this? Is it like just stupid, or is it just random, or is it really clever?
I was very fascinated by that competition. It was really good, and then I was hoping to see more videos and more of and it was very fast. I understand it was like they didn't have that much time, but it was very fascinating. But really the bulk of it was MCTS was good at all these games. And that was pretty much what I learned from it.
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying that this would be really interesting to, I guess, in this case it's a platformer and it's like a jumping mechanic, right? But then if you just say you had a
well, we're interested in like broad, not just platformers, but like how can you extend that to I don't know, adventure games?
Yeah. Last question. Sorry.
Okay, at the risk of asking a cheeky question, did you get any humans to play it?
Yeah, you can play it.
But did you actually record it?
We can record them.
We're talking about how do humans play, and we're assuming that humans play very much within a particular. I don't know, constraint, that we have some kind of notion of how humans play, but humans are rubbish, just as equally as they're amazing. For every person that you get to see playing a first-person shooter, which gravitates towards looking at the sky, and looking at the feet, and looking at the sky again, and shooting their teammate, you've got some guy doing 360 no-scope headshots. It'd be cool if you could see heat maps.
Yeah.
Just to show this is actually the common solutions that humans actually crafted.
We do have a heat map.
See, there you go.
We do. It's supposed to be playing, which I'm not very good at.
It's Unity, give it a minute.
Yeah, but then
So he was just talking about you, is that you were rubbish, right?
Yeah, I am rubbish. But I had a slide on it, and I decided at the last minute to remove the heat map, which is not this one. It's this one. Apparently it doesn't want to go.
You have to right click.
Yeah.
Yeah, done skip slide.
So yeah, we did some. If you run a lot of these experiments, you can do a heat map, and then here you can see. But then I thought it was a lot of information all at the same time. I kind of decided to sort of put it on the side. But here, this is using RIT, and I think it's like 1,000 paths. But then you can see some of them I kind of fall through here, and then went back up using the platformer here on the right hand side to go back up here. But then you can do the same process as you have the framework. You can record a player. And then look at them and then try to cluster them using that as well.
It's kind of a cool idea if you can identify areas where people continually fail. Because then you can perhaps simulate how you can get around it. One game that actually really annoys me is, despite its simplicity, was one of the Super Mario games on the Wii U, where if you die too many times, it goes, would you like Luigi to show you how to play the level? And my first instinct's like, no, I'm not going to have Luigi show me how to play the level. But at the same time, it'd be kind of neat if you have that tool. Just like, oh hey look, that one jump, here's like 20 different ways to try.
Oh, by the way, thank you for the reviewers. I don't know who they are, but they were very good. Like, thank you. Like, it was fantastic. Like the content and everything. It was very, very good. Thank you.
Yeah, so we're running a little bit late for the lunch break. The Oval Cafe is the best option to go to for lunch.
I just wandered by there and it was
Just do what you do. Do what you do.
Yeah, when Hannah's
What's the table for? Panel. Also, it should be moving that way then.
Yes.
I'm talking to the tech. I'm not talking to anybody else. It's like, no, I will not shut up.
Wow.
The next phase of Ooh. Not like that.
You'll get a redirect. So I can still run it because using HTTPS. It's
Come on down. You have one other panelist. No show. Uh-oh.
A panel of one.
A panel of one.
Isn't also that a slogan of the army?
You can ask.
Who are you missing? Alex?
Yes, sir.
Who are you missing?
I actually need to ask Rogelio because I don't know who's on the arcade panel.
Do you want me to call Rogelio?
Yes, that would be very useful.
Is it possible that we showed up at 1:30 and we're like, oh, I'm in the wrong place?
Oh, that would be very bad. That would be very bad.
And yeah, it seems like a very plausible.
Well, that's why it's very bad.
Got him. Is this okay? So these guys are coming on. Nothing.
Hey, do you know who's supposed to be on the arcade panel? Do you know who's supposed to be on the arcade panel right now?
That's embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, we think I'm supposed to do that?
Rebecca.
We can probably turn the panel into a group discussion.
Yeah.
Everybody's
we'll
the
probably
panel.
turn into
That's a
much
great
more
idea.
open discussion. Which is fine, but don't want to go short.
Yeah.
We have contact with other folks.
Okay. All right. Thanks, man. All right, bye. Vivek and Pedro. You want to sit on the panel with me?
Okay.
I will be equally as prepared as you are. Or maybe we can put Brent on the spot. What do you think, Dr. Harrison? You want to sit on the panel?
Sweet.
Okay.
So wait. So we'll first open with a quick presentation,
Yeah.
cover some of what was in the paper, and then we'll shift over the panel.
Okay.
Rogelio. So what's going on is we have a panel of speakers on research in cognitive systems for AI in games, and we had a few papers from another workshop that wanted to present in a panel. So we're going to give them a little slot to talk. In this case, we'll have one paper. Kind of plurality. So we'll have one paper talk, which is just a brief overview of what was in the paper, what's going on, and then we'll hold a panel with some people who we've just created to focus on questions around how to take cognitive approaches and bring those to bear on AI in games.
You should draft May. She does like actual psychology.
That's a great idea. May, you're on a panel.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. So I think without further ado, I'll let Ignacio get started and get going.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. So this talk is going to be a little bit different. It's not going to be as focused on AI and more on the cognitive side. So my name is Ignacio Dominguez. I'm part of the CIGAR lab here at NC State, and I'm going to present on behalf of myself and Dr. Roberts a paper that we're titling Asymmetric Virtual Environments, Exploring the Effects of Avatar Colors on Performance. So when we interact in face-to-face settings such as this one, there is a lot of information available, such as our facial expressions, the things that we're wearing, how we look, the way we carry ourselves. And research has shown that those have an effect in how we perceive each other, naturally. When the nature of that interaction is switched to a virtual environment, none of that information is readily available, and if it is, it's synthetic. Oftentimes, an online name is used, and usually avatars, which are visual representations of ourselves in these virtual worlds. Also, virtual environments provide the opportunity to see ourselves, to see these avatars as they are, using this virtual environment or navigating this virtual environment, which is something that doesn't happen in real life, face-to-face, unless you're walking with a mirror. So there are certain affordances that virtual environments provide that are not available in real-life settings as well. One of those is avatars and the ability to customize the avatars. So the avatars that we use in virtual environments, they don't really need to be, they don't need to look like we look like in real life. They can be made up. You can make any features that you want. Even socially undesirable features, like you can have your skin a bit blue and be one of the avatar in the picture in the movie. The features can be made up. It can be a lizard from outer space. It doesn't have to be realistic. So we can choose to be whatever we want. Another affordance is the affordance for asymmetry. So the content that is rendered for one person in a virtual environment doesn't necessarily have to be the same that what is rendered for other people that are sharing the same virtual context. And we're calling virtual environments that take advantage of these asymmetric virtual environments. And it turns out that we can use these affordances towards goals that we want. We can exploit this and use them towards some things that we want to achieve. And I'll present these. We did a preliminary study using an asymmetric virtual environment. And we are trying to determine whether performance is affected by the color of the avatars that people are using. So performance will be defined in terms of the time they take to complete a task and the accuracy in which they complete these tasks. So I'm going to talk about how we designed this experiment. We used the avatars that we decided to use are modeled after Ken Perlin's Polly's World character. It's a triangular prism. And through animations where we made this avatar walk like a person, like it can walk around, it can jump, it can pick up items. But it's also, we decided to use this one because it's neutral in terms of attractiveness, in terms of gender, in terms of race. It's neither tall or short, right? So we were hoping to reduce a lot of biases by using avatars that are like this. We are using two colors. We're using avatars that are red and avatars that are gray. And I'll explain a little bit more how we're changing those later. So we designed two tasks. We gather a group of most 4 people to work together in this task. One is a scavenger hunt, which was a Unity 3D world that we created where people had to find 10 items, which are those 10 items. that were scattered around this environment. They just walked around with their avatars and picked up those items. The other task was a map reconstruction task. It's a 2D representation of a 2D map of the 3D world in which they found these items. And they were tasked to place those items on top of the map as close as possible to the original location where they thought these items were originally located. So here's a screenshot of the scavenger hunt. They were shown that all the 10 items, as items were found, they disappeared from this list, and they were given the opportunity to chat with each other on the right side. And here's a screenshot of the map reconstruction task. They were given, again, the same items, and they could use their mouses to drag, their mice, to drag and drop the items into the map. There were no limits in terms of how many people could move items. They can move as many as they wanted. If they didn't agree with where an item was placed by another participant, they could move it and switch it back to where they think they were. This task ended when people agreed on the placement of all the items. So they had to check this box and say, I'm okay with the way things are looking here. They could also interact with chat messages in this task. On some conditions, we presented leaderboards that were fake. So we presented these before the game. They were randomly generated. We took care of choosing colors that were not used in the actual games. And the reason for using these leaderboards was to prime for competitiveness. So in the conditions that we were showing these, we were trying to see if people were more inclined to compete as opposed to collaborate. So here are our conditions. We use a full factorial design with 2 levels. The first level is the leaderboards that I just mentioned. And the second level, we had 3 conditions in that level, so a total of 6 conditions. One was where everyone was gray to themselves and to everyone else. Another one where one participant was red to everyone else, but that person saw their own avatar as being gray. And the other condition was the opposite. So everyone else saw the avatar as being gray, but that person saw their own avatar as being red. And here are screenshots of how they look like in the 3D world. The one at the bottom is when the person saw themselves as red. The one at the top right is when they saw another person red, and the other one is when everyone was gray to everyone else and to themselves. So our metrics were divided into two levels. So one is a group level, and the other one is an individual level. For the group level, we were looking at performance in terms of the duration of the task, so how long did it take to find all the 10 items, and also the duration of the map reconstruction task, how long did it take to place the items and agree on all of those. On the map reconstruction task, as a group, we are also considering the location, how close the total items were to the final placement of the original location. Does that make sense? So where, in average, the final position was close to the original location of the items. In terms of individuals, we looked at how many items each individual found on the scavenger hunt task, and on the map reconstruction task, how many times a person moved an item, regardless of whether it was the same item or a different item, and how close was that person's placement of the items to the original location of the item in the 3D world. So we had 23 participants total, a lot of males, very few females, not surprising, because of the way we sampled. And I'm going to talk about briefly about my results. I'm going to do that very briefly in the interest of time. So in terms of group performance, we expect that people who were red, so there was someone red, either to others or to themselves, to perform better than other groups. The hypothesis is there in case we can discuss more about it later. So what we found is we didn't find any we only found one significant result, a statistically significant result. However, there is a trend that we found that in general, the duration of the task is definitely not affected by color, but competitiveness seems to make a difference in terms of how well people perform in groups. In terms of individual performance, we're expecting people who are red to themselves to perform better than people who are not red to themselves. And people who are red to others do not perform better. So there should not be an impact on the way they perform because they are seeing themselves as gray as everyone else is seeing them as themselves. So what we found is that in the conditions where people were red to themselves, we found significant results on a couple of items. In general, in average, The results seem to confirm our hypotheses. They're not conclusive, but the results are aligned with our hypotheses. We found that people found and placed more items on collaborative conditions than on competitive conditions. When people were seeing as read by others, we found also a few significant results on some of the items. And in general, again, our results align with our hypotheses. We cannot say they confirm it. And we see that in this case, people who were competitive perform better than people who were supposed to collaborate, which is interesting. So what we can conclude from this is, well, we of course had validity issues. We cannot make conclusive claims because of the sample size. It was way too small. 23 participants for 6 conditions is not nearly enough. And also, as you saw on the demographics slide, we are skewed towards males a lot. So we cannot make any conclusive claims. However, we saw that the use of an asymmetric virtual environment can be used to reduce, to increase validity. So you can isolate conditions a lot better. You can isolate conditions. So, for example, you can reduce explanations in terms of behavioral confirmation, which is if you are expected to act in a certain way, you are more inclined to act in that way if those expectations are put against you. So performance seems to be affected by avatar colors. That's what our results seem to indicate. And we showed that an asymmetric virtual environment can be used in practice. So it can be used in 3D and 2D virtual environments. We found also some anecdotal observations. So we noticed that the items where we found statistically significant results were placed in locations close to landmark features, like close to a tree. So for instance, the chest was one item that was really consistent in terms of significance. And that item was actually placed on a sandy shore near palm trees and near a river. So that's the location where you would naturally find a chest. Also, we found that the effect of colors really depend on the task. So some colors have a positive impact on how you perform in a task, and the same color can have a negative impact. So it depends on the nature of the task itself. So what we're going next with this, so obviously we need to get a better sample, and we're currently recruiting participants to do so. We'd also like to explore changing asymmetrically land features. So if we can show a person certain like trees where there are not for other people, how will that affect how they behave in this virtual environment? We can also explore a lot of more avatar features, right? So not only the colors or a wide variety of colors, but also gender differences. Maybe changing the body language or procedurally generating body language. Change the relative size of the avatars and see how that impacts. But also exploring cultural differences. So for instance, the color red, which we're using here, it's commonly associated with stop, warning, danger, as opposed to other different cultures where the color red can be seen, like in China, it's a color that has positive connotations like prosperity, right? So that's another interesting thing to consider. I would like to thank you all. My name, again, is Exag Dominguez. Here's my contact information, and if you have any questions, please let me know.
So we'll take a few minutes for questions right now, just specifically about this paper, and then we'll shift over to the panel discussion.
So yeah, very interesting work. We actually do a bit of this avatar customization studies at our lab as well. And did you actually ask the participants whether or not they actually felt there was any effect of colors? I mean, obviously your control is different, right? Because they don't experience both sides. But
right.
Then you actually ask, say, like both separate groups whether they were affected by the colors at all. I mean, post or pre.
Right. So one of the questions that we asked at the end of the study was, what do you think this study is about? And we were hoping, right? We were hoping to see people say, well, you're changing colors, or a little bit more information about that. Actually, that didn't happen. We only had one instance after analyzing the chat messages where one person said to another, so P4, why are you red? And that person, I guess, didn't know what was going on, didn't reply at all. So, yeah, positive. Which is interesting. So people are picking up on these differences, and that's one of the challenges, right? How do you make these changes in a way that it's seamless and it's not affecting what you're trying to achieve?
Did you deliberately wear a red shirt today?
So I'm affecting your performance depending on the attachment.
Well, just following up. The participants.
Red and gray.
No, it really is a follow-up. Did the participants? I mean, was there discrimination between the participants who chose red versus those who were given red?
No, we randomly assign colors to everyone.
Okay,
yeah.
So that's interesting. Like car rentals have done this question too.
Mm-hmm.
Like because they got to figure out because having a red car, especially in places like Miami or LA. There's a definite discrimination to have enough of those in stock, but not too many.
And I've heard
how much to charge.
I've heard that people with red cars, their insurance costs go.
You get more tickets for sure. I've been driving a red car for 10 years.
Paint your car. Your car's red painted.
Maybe.
Do you think there is a self-selection thing as well? Because in Team Fortress 2, I remember there's a red and a blue team, and you can choose or you can be randomly assigned. And I'm sure they published results about the average performance of those teams, even on maps where they were basically symmetrical. And I do not recall what those results were. But I mean, is it your feeling that there are self-selection issues as well?
I'm not sure. It would be interesting to look at those results and see what, so red and blue, which color actually performs better.
Red slightly.
Red
it's
slightly.
The one that I'm thinking of, which I think was a TF2 study. Red was winning like just 5 or 6% more, but that was significant given the sample size.
So one of the effects of red in the human body is a high increase in blood pressure, and you feel rushed, right? So that might, if it's a first-person shooter, right? So you might feel that rush and you perform better because of that. That's worth exploring.
All right, great. Let's thank our speaker.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to round up our prestigious panel who's well prepared for the questions. May, Ian and Dave,
do you want,
come on down.
I'm happy to jump in.
It would be great to have more perspectives, more opinions on these things, and just get a wide variety. Because the real question we're trying to focus in on is, how do you bring cognitive approaches to AI in games? Where are the advantages, the challenges? And we have a few questions from Rogelio to kind of ask the panel, and we'll go from there.
So I guess we need more chairs.
Yes, we will need more chairs. Right here.
Rogelio isn't here.
Rogelio is busy being in another workshop.
Hey, we just found out about it too.
Okay, perfect. Everybody just found out. All right. So we'll start by pitching the first question.
Maybe we should start with introductions.
Yes, that's an even better idea.
That was the first question. He was getting on.
What question should we start? It
doesn't matter.
May?
Self-introduction?
Well, you could introduce me too.
Well,
I think we should have a whole panel where all we do is introduce you.
Oh, yeah. Or we could introduce each other, and then we can go on, and I can answer questions as if I were you.
That's what serious mind. Right on the spot.
But yeah, self-introductions.
Right. So Macy, Department of Cognitive Science, and also part of the games program in the school called Rensselaer Polytech Institute. Took me a few years practicing that Rensselaer.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen my name, Ignacio Dominguez. I'm part of the Cigar Lab here at NC State. I'm a PhD student. He's my advisor.
Yeah, so I'm Dave Roberts, and I'm a professor here in the computer science department. In fact, this is where I live, basically. And I actually do a bunch of work on cognition in games, and I also do work with dogs and what we can learn about dog behavior using computation.
I'm Ian Horswell, Northwestern University. I'm in the PECS department. I'm a hacker, but I also like reading, how simulating various psychological phenomena would be interesting for interactive fiction or for video games and so on.
All right. So the first question, and just feel free to jump in or go in a specific order, whatever you guys feel like doing, is what kinds of experiences do you think are enabled through the advancement of cognition-focused technologies in the context of digital games? So broadly speaking, cognition-focused technologies, what kinds of experiences can they enable in games?
Flow.
Flow.
Oh,
yeah.
Flow, great. Next question.
Do you want to go first?
Well, I guess games provide a quite different experience. You're on one side, you're fully concentrated, you're highly concentrated, and you're relaxed sort of on the other direction, which is a little bit different in everyday life. What exactly that does for us, I'm not exactly sure because there are so many different studies, but I saw that concentration does provide a thing for you to what?
To escape reality?
Not necessarily. I think it's a special condition in terms of human cognition. And then you see this cognition enhancement after playing games of certain type after a certain amount of time, and cognition impairment after playing similar games similar amount of time.
Oh, I didn't know about the impairment.
What impairs you?
Huh?
What impairs you?
Well, both mostly the link between perception and action, how fast you can organize and grasp. Well, I don't have literature reviews. I'm talking out of my memory, sort of, and imagination, partly. Biased conversation. So mostly, well, the strong evidence you see everywhere is video games enhance your hand-eye coordination if you practice enough times, but it also hurts. Well, it has both evidence for it supports you for paying attention for longer time, and also hurt your ability to pay attention.
So it pushes people to the ends of the spectrum? Is that what you're saying?
Contradictory results we
have
observed.
So I know there are faculty in psychology here at NC State that do work on cognition and aging and using video games to as an intervention, I guess, to try to reduce the effects of aging on cognition. And they actually have found quite good results through practice. And I'm paraphrasing here. Again, I don't have the exact data at my disposal, but they found good results in terms of practice and memory within the games, but where they didn't get good results was transfer. Right, so they were able to, through practice, get these people that were elderly individuals that were having diminished cognitive abilities to perform better in the game, but it stopped there. They weren't then also able to.
Actually, two different skills.
Yeah, so apparently either they are two different skills, or there's something fundamentally different. Well, probably I guess that'd be the same thing, right? Maybe there's something fundamentally different. But I think along those lines, I think there is, to address the question a little more explicitly. It would seem to me that that's an argument that there is a way to change video gameplay so as to engage cognition as part of your play experience and make it sort of a first-class mechanic or I guess design goal that you may have in those games. But I don't necessarily know what that would be off the top of my head. But
keeping a dolphin swimming is the main way I've seen this done, through sort of EEG systems where you're strapped up and it's like stay focused, and you have to use your level of focus to direct a dolphin to eat fish. I mostly die.
The way you use those hand gestures there, it seemed a lot like Flappy Bird, only with your brain.
Yeah, it's Flappy Bird with your mind, but moving much slower and failing much more readily.
Interesting. Which is saying something.
Yeah.
So
about me, at least.
I wonder if we can make so if by having better models of cognitive processes, we can make games react to those. So make games detect our cognitive state and then react to those states and adapt themselves to those. That would be an interesting application of cognition technologies in games.
Is there any particular states you would focus on, or particular types of affect or cognition?
Well, so flow. Try to make people enjoy the game more and to play more.
I think that's a very interesting goal for a lot of people who's trying. But part of the difficulty that being reflective when I'm trying to do it myself is without games, just as I used to study psychology, so to say, as someone who studies psychology, we don't really know what those states are, especially if you're talking about some of the words which seem so transparent, like engagement, like enjoyment, or even simple word like happy. Or I feel happy in the same game. Just in half an hour, you felt happy maybe 5 times. You label all of them as happy, or I'm just happy. But each time, a lot of time, not necessarily each time, but a lot of times, they are slightly different. The person know it. Sometimes they know it. Sometimes they couldn't even consciously reflect on it. So one difficulty, I think a direction is terrific direction, but one difficulty with or without game as a media is how do we sort of like have a better understanding and definition of the cognitive state we are trying to grasp or trying to understand. No, yeah. It's like you just gave a direction and said something negative.
No, I mean, on those lines, there's recently been work in sort of like biosensor games where they use biofeedback in the games. And aside from like Flow, which is a great example you guys brought up, some of these have been used for things like fear or PTSD training, where you're trying to detect extreme arousal. There's a game called Nevermind that's using that and intentionally using a horror game setting where you lose the game if you let yourself get too afraid and instead have to maintain calmness. So it certainly seems like an option that has a lot of...
How are they measuring that? I'm curious.
GSR. That's just a guess, but
it says it's a biofeedback enhanced game. Solve it with your mind. That's really not telling me what I need to know.
So this is my other hat as a dog person kicks in here because PTSD dogs. I mean, one of the things that they're really good at is picking up when people are getting agitated.
Oh wow! So we need dog enhanced games.
Well, I mean, so one of my career goals is to have computer games for dogs, but.
Wow. That's one of my dreams, not my career goals though.
But yeah, so I was curious at what those things might be, what they were picking up on. So.
Well, the cheap stuff to measure is GSR.
Yeah.
And then you can do like heart rate and so on, but it's a little more expensive.
The problem is with labeling. I think the sensors now are cheap and dependable enough. But you after all, you do machine learning.
Yeah.
So someone's labeling, either us or the person themselves.
Right.
Neither source are super. I mean, it's okay for some of the emotional states. In particular, fear is a good one. Anger is another one. Those more agitated states tend to be more pure.
Okay. Right. Well, you have the general problem that the physiological sensors are better at picking up arousal than the valence that's attached to it.
Right.
So, suddenly finding out you won $1 million, and suddenly finding out that your parent died produce pretty similar physiological responses, even though they're totally different cognitive ones.
Yeah.
That's a great point. So the answer was heart rate variability.
Ah, okay.
Right. Okay.
So moving on, a second question was, what are sort of the low-hanging fruit for research in terms of leveraging cognition in intelligent digital entertainment? We already talked about fear in games. So
I can address that one because I actually have a project in my lab that is the stated goals of the project are identifying the computer-mediated equivalents of ideomotor actions. So ideomotor actions are they're involuntary actions that are reflective of our cognitive processes, and the canonical example of these are gaze aversion. So, for example, I'm probably demonstrating this right now as I'm trying to think of words to use. But if you're doing like an image recall task, you may gaze up and to the right. If you're doing a language production task, it may be down and to the left. I think that to some degree these are culturally dependent, and to some degree they are more instinctual, but they're fairly high reliability as I understand it. So there's involuntary motor actions that are reflective of cognitive processes, and I firmly believe that there are similar things that are at the interface level. So like the way that you use your mouse, the way that you use your keyboard, that are reflective of cognitive tasks that you're performing. So one of the things that we've just recently identified is the difference between doing visual search and memory recall. There's like a 50 millisecond average difference between when you click on a location on the screen and then begin moving the mouse between those two different cognitive processes. And so I think modeling in at that level, it gives us a great opportunity to start to understand cognition through how we interact with games, and then at some point we can then take that back and leverage that to adapt and change our games accordingly.
Just a random bit of human trivia. It turns out the gaze aversion is actually an important functional skill that children need to learn.
Yeah.
Because for things like math problems and so on, if they're making eye contact with someone, that's such a huge cognitive distractor that their performance is much lower, and so the kids actively have to learn to look off to the side so that their brain can rest and they can actually stay on task.
So it is a learned behavior.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
Well, and so there are like interventions for students who are having trouble learning to read, or who've like been in schools where they're like, look at me when I'm talking, where they try and teach them, no, it's okay, like look up at the ceiling.
Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. So I think that, in my view, that's the low-hanging fruit is understanding. Well, maybe it's not that low-hanging. I think it's really hard, but I think it's the necessary first step that we need to take in order to be able to understand more about the relationship of cognition and how we interact with technology.
Yeah, I was going to say something. Low-hanging implies that it's simple. It's something that you can easily take. This is going to require more work. It's not. There's a reason why it's not solved yet, right?
Well, but the paper you just presented is a great example of something relatively low-hanging. Avatar colors.
Sure.
All right. So the third question: what are some of the challenges? And we've spoken a little bit about this in terms of using cognitive phenomena in games, and how might you try and address those challenges going forward?
So one of the challenges that I see is sometimes, like has been mentioned before, there are cultural differences. So if a game is trying to infer the cognitive state of a person who's playing, how can it tell for sure or with a certain degree of certainty that the cognitive state that it's perceiving is accurate for that particular player? So one of the challenges is creating models that would allow you to differentiate this based on cultural differences or different. People react different to the same stimuli. So how do you actually have a certain degree of certainty of what's going on inside of people's minds?
Yeah.
That's one of the challenges.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the incredibly challenging things about studying cognition in general, whether or not it's in games or not, is it's a very relatively low-level functional process of the brain, and it's something that we can't measure directly. We can only get very tightly controlled observations of. And games, a lot of people love studying games because of the way that they model the real world and the complexity that they have. Certain types of games anyway, some of them are much simpler. So there is a bit of a disconnect between the environments in which we want to study cognition using games and what we need to do to really understand cognition, which I think is a big challenge, and understanding how to bridge that gap is going to be one of the big barriers that we're going to have to get over in order to be able to make this a realistic approach.
Sort of on that note, how much do you think the phenomena you observe are going to be generalizable across many types of games versus very specific to, say, shooter mouse movement? Okay, all shooters have similar, first-person shooter mouse movement, but once you go to platformers or your iPhone game where you're just flicking around, what happens then?
I assume you're asking me that question.
Anybody can answer. I have no knowledge of the area, so.
I definitely can answer that because it's something we thought a lot about, and I think the answer to that is it should be completely generalizable in theory, because these cognitive processes are functions of the brain, not function of the game, right? So they are the functions of how we're interacting and what our brain is doing in order to facilitate that interaction. And the types of interactions we have may change from game to game only because we need to be doing different things in our brains in order to participate in those games. But the relationship between the cognitive function and the way that we're doing that interaction shouldn't change. So the observations should be transferable.
I like that level of confidence.
In theory.
Wait, can we actually have a disagreement on the panel?
Oh, I can generate some disagreement.
So I don't think that means that every model will work on every type of game. I think that the concepts will apply to every type of game, and depending on the input, if you're using a keyboard as opposed to a mouse, there has to be some translation. But yeah, so the high-level concepts will be the same. The way in which those are translated will be different.
Can we ask you a question?
Yes, please.
So we've been mostly inferring the cognition of the player, and when you play an adversarial game, right, NPCs need to seem as cognitive as you. So two questions: how do you create a model for that? And then secondly, how do you create a model for it that is, let's just say, mentally ill? How about that?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Oh, I have lots to say about that.
how do you create the cognitively mentally ill NPC, and then how do you create the one that's not?
Right. Well, so it's like, I think of arcade as being more about using cognitive science to study the player, which is why I mostly haven't been answering the questions, because I don't do that at all. But I actually think it's really interesting to look at doing simulations of characters that are more shaped by what we know about human psychology than about just like trying to produce a mechanism that is optimally rational or maximizes utility or whatever. And so it's really interesting to look at simulating affect as humans have it. My favorite psych phenomenon that I've been wanting to put in a character for 10 years now, and maybe we'll actually manage to put into MK Ultra, is called ego depletion, which is that, to a first approximation, your brain acts as if there's an impulsive system that's just looking to maximize short-term reward and minimize short-term punishment, and then a so-called effortful control system, which is more like a deliberative long-term reasoning system. And the problem is the effortful control system can't do anything directly. All it can do is try and persuade the impulsive system to do stuff. And there are very, very robust results that the ability of effortful control to persuade the impulsive system behaves quote-unquote like a muscle, both in the sense that using it builds it up slowly over time, but also in the sense that in the short run it depletes it. And there are all of these different results out of, well, particularly Baumeister's lab, that show that if you make someone do a task that requires a lot of self-control, and then you have them try and do another task that involves self-control, they're much worse at it than if you just have them do the one task. So there's a lot of stuff like that that's interesting, and I think one of the challenges is that most of the architectures that get used in AI in general, but also even in game AI, aren't organized properly to try and put this kind of thing in. And so even like when you see people try and do affect in virtual humans and so on, the affect often is there more to decide, you know, what facial display to play right now, what facial animation to play, than having an actual causative role in things. And actually the stuff that you did the stuff with coping behavior, didn't you? Yeah, like that stuff's really cool.
That's one of my major interests. I look at it from a slightly different perspective of how you look at the problem. I sort of take a flavor of a lot of our, there are two things. One is sort of similar. One is called cognitive bias. So like it's not necessarily bias. That's one thing I always want to tell people. It's not only in the history, but also in present time it helps you. Sort of like you're only selectively looking at evidence that helps you to actually process information faster, reacting faster. It's just strategies that maybe historically used to be applied more universally, the same as coping, which also sometimes called emotion regulation. So when I'm feeling sad, or I'm just like slightly unhappy, you did something that upset me, how do I turn? People naturally seek to be happy, it turns out. So there are multiple things I'm distancing away from you, or I can actually shift my view that you're a bad person, therefore I should, sorry, I shouldn't talk about you. Sorry, but so this sort of things, they are useful majority of the time. And then how I feel like as a researcher, I want to find out like just those little corner cases where they maybe in this modern society, just in this now time, maybe just this corner, that corner, you need to watch out and think about a switch strategy instead of calling them bias. Yeah, that's about me. I hate the word bias.
Any other questions?
I have a question that's not too related to your previous scripted question. Is that okay?
Great.
Cool. Computational creativity people think a lot about novelty and surprise and unexpectedness. We want to build computational models of that so that we can use tests in a sort of generate and test loop that test for something unexpected and make that part of a creative artifact, in this case, part of a piece of game content. How can cognition inform our models of novelty, surprise, and expectation?
Don't know.
I think that's a great question. I don't personally have knowledge on that, but I suspect there are people who do.
Yeah. Our knowledge is as poor as how computer recognize knowledge.
Yeah. That is a really good question, though.
Sorry.
I mean, there's got to be some corner of the psych literature on psychology of creativity, and I mean, if nothing else, what kinds of environmental situations foster and inhibit it.
Mm-hmm. In the creativity literature, which is the only bit I'm even remotely familiar with, a lot of the time people go, "Oh, you need novelty, of course," and then they unfortunately sort of leave it at that. There's a lot of studies.
They mean just like novelty in the ambient environment around the person trying to be
whatever
creative.
the artifact that is under discussion is. So
I see.
Compared to other artifacts or compared to your expectations as derived from the previously experienced artifacts should be novel. And
that's helpful.
Then exactly. And then there's a lot of really interesting work on people's responses to and preferences for novelty. If you assume that there is a sort of scale of value for how novel something is, then different people fall at different points along that. Some people always want to be pushed. Some people prefer a more conservative flavor of whatever it is that they're into. But there are few models on what kinds of expectation are relevant, what kinds of expectations are most leveraged by our perceptual systems when we judge something as surprise. There's really good measures of surprise and what elicits surprise, but it's tough to try and build that into a model that says here are different kinds of surprise and this is how we should computationally measure them, and then we can use that to build a computational creativity.
Isn't it even more complicated than that? Because isn't novelty in the eye of the beholder, right? So what's novel for me may not be novel for you. So there needs to be some element of user modeling or theory of mind on top of that.
The hope is that there is a consistent set of modeling behaviors that are consistent across people, and that they're, of course, influenced by your set of experiences and your history and your cultural grounding and all that other stuff, so that it's same system, multiple histories. How do you test that? I don't know.
It's also related to the present moment. It could be like today I'm more primed for this topic, therefore I find less novelty from another day. I feel like in a simpler, more going down to the conceptual level, there are a few cognitive modeling architects they're trying to deal with short-term memory, but it doesn't apply to like I'm not sure if they can resolve the problem you're facing.
The best advice I can give you is look at the psych literature on similarity, which is very hard to think about. I don't know if there's been good work on it, but in some sense, similarity and novelty are antonyms, but I think similarity is the one that will have been researched more, because it's important for all kinds of other kinds of judgments, and hopefully you would be able to take lessons from that.
Good advice, I think.
Well, great. Let's thank our panel. Thanks, especially for the last minute notice. So next up we have Jillian covering the future of procedural content generation. Coffee break?
Yes, coffee
Is
break.
at 3.
I did it.
3:30.
It was at 3:30.
40 minutes.
No, you're up.
Is that really fine?
Yes, it really is fine. I was just, my brain was not.
You might actually want to get this up back. So thanks again for coming.
Well, that is
I'm sure I'll get hit.
The left-hand side of the screen is out of focus. The right-hand side is in focus.
It's because it's slightly aligned. So that the lens on that picture.
So this is just a microphone. This is what's really weird about this.
Sorry.
Everyone thinks I'm okay.
Oh, so that's the camera cord?
There's a good camera.
You can ignore the goal.
Just give it a sense. There's no Windows drivers.
Yeah.
Otherwise I can switch on to focus off. But there's no Mac drivers.
Coming into focus.
I'm coming into focus.
Dim the light. I think it's just coming out.
It's just coming into focus.
Not for us on the screen.
What's a coffee break?
Huh?
This is all we're coming.
No, I'm not a coffee break. Are we good?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So hello, my name is Julian Smith. For those of you who don't know me, I'm an assistant professor at Northeastern University, which is in Boston for the record. Northwestern is in Chicago, and Northeastern is in Boston.
Shit. I booked a late flight home to the wrong
Oh no! Well, we could swap, and then I don't know. A lot of people don't know where Northeastern is, so I like to make sure that people do by the end of my talk. So what I'm going to be talking to you about today is much more conceptual than some of the things we've heard before. This is very firmly on the position paper side of the workshop, and I'm really interested in looking at what the future of procedural content generation is. Where are we now? I think I decided this. Yes, where are we now? Where could we be going instead of where we are right now, or building from where we are right now? And a little bit of how we get there, although some of it is going to be like, do lots of research to get us there, please. So I wanted to start, and this is the slide I was like just editing during the end of that panel. I think it's good to start position paper type talks by talking about who we are as a whole and who I'm assuming this room is. And I think what's really exciting to me about this field within game AI researchers is that we come from a lot of different backgrounds, right? So some of us are really coming from a traditional AI background. We might be interested in testing AI through using games as a test bed, which is a phrase that I think often gets thrown around negatively. I don't necessarily want to think of it negatively. I think that can be a really interesting perspective to bring. Some of us are coming from a bit more of an HCI background, right? How can we help human designers and look at how humans use complex computational systems? Some of us coming more from the creativity side, and the slide adjustment I just made during the last panel was this used to say creativity/cognition, because in my mind that's like modeling human creativity is the combination of cognition and creativity, but then I just heard lots of confusion about like what the boundary is, so I wanted to make myself seem a bit less stupid by not having that word in here, which I've now ruined by telling all of you about it. Some of us are coming in with an explicit interest of how can we help the game industry, right? Where is our research going to have applicability in the games industry as a whole? I think a lot of people there, especially within procedural content generation, are interested in solving the authoring burden, right? How do we make it so that instead of lots of humans needing to make lots of really complex content, we could have the computer just like do it for us super fast and replace lots of humans? And then some of us, I think a growing number of us in the academic community are coming at this from the perspective of game design. So an interest in being able to design fun and innovative games. Does anyone feel like they are excluded from this list before I move forward? That like somehow you don't fit into one or more of these buckets? Yes.
Good
bucket list. All right. So this talk, I think I fit at various points and various projects that I do into some like combination of these buckets. But the reason I'm bringing this list up is the focus in this talk is really going to be on the last one. I'm interested in game design perspectives on procedural content generation and the future from that perspective. So where are we right now in procedural content generation? So there's really sort of, I would identify 4 main areas of research that these motivations have brought us to. One is the use of procedural content generation to introduce replayability into games, right? This idea that if I've just got lots of fresh content, then players, whenever they play, will be having a fresh experience and will be wanting to play more and more and more of it. People who are interested in personalization of content for games, generating entire new kinds of games, and we've seen a couple of talks on that even today. And I think there's a lot of people who are doing like adaptive educational games work, some of whom are genuinely interested in the adaptive educational bit, and some of whom have realized that this is how you can get funding for it in America. And so like all of a sudden lots of people have an education bent on their PCG research. I'm interested in it from both perspectives, honestly. But what I think I would try to problematize a little bit with where we are right now as a community in procedural content generation and in game AI as a whole, from a design perspective, is that a lot, not all of this research, there are people who are working outside of this context, but a lot of the research that's being done is really looking at all of these things for existing games or existing kinds of games. There are a lot of really admirable technical challenges and research that goes into being able to do all of these things. But most of the sort of research that's getting done right now is coming from motivations outside of game design, right? And I'm interested in looking at how could we use PCG to push game design forward and PCG forward like at the same time. And what do we need to do to be able to do that? So what I'm going to be doing in this talk is looking a little bit at past along a few different axes, and then trying to like forward project on those axes. Like what would it look like if we were to forward project like how much we're doing work in a particular area. So the 4 axes that I'm going to be looking at in this talk, sort of like semi-historical axes that are now just a way to classify existing PCG systems, is content generation systems that are looking at sort of data-intensive versus process-intensive approaches to generation, systems that are for creating static content versus playable content, like rules, systems that are focusing on the developer having lots of control versus the player having lots of control, and targeting single players versus multiple players. And then I'll talk a little bit about sort of the aesthetic reasons for why it is that we use PCG and what could we do beyond that as well. So the trends I'm going to be talking about are like semi-historical in that some of the first uses of PCG are sort of more on the left end of the trend, but there's still certainly lots of interesting work being done in like generating trees, for example, which is static content. So it doesn't mean that the research in that area is stale, it's more that it means that it's not an innovative application area so much anymore. So let's start by looking at data and process-intensive systems. So I'm going to, for all of these spectrum, I'm going to sort of pick out games that I think sit very firmly on one end of the spectrum or the other, but want to highlight that this is very much, in my mind, a spectrum of research. So on one side we have content generation systems that are very, very data-intensive. So Robot Unicorn Attack is like a fantastic, amazingly stupid game that I love, which uses a PCG system that has a lot of pre-authored chunks. All of the design sense tends to go into those chunks, and then those chunks are randomly placed one after the other with very little sort of intelligence or heuristics going into why it is that you want particular chunks after the other. On the other end of the spectrum, we have a game like Petals, which is a fun experimental sort of social type game with procedurally generated flowers. So this is coming out of Ken Stanley's research group. One of the things I think is interesting to look at is that there's also data-driven approaches to PCG, right? And this is something we saw with Mike talking about using Google milking, right, to be able to, I mean, that's like very much a data-driven process. Data-driven does not necessarily have to be the same as a data-intensive system. So you can have like a process-heavy, data-driven system. So word choice is important, I guess. So what lies off of the end of this spectrum? Like, what is a deeply process-intensive PCG system? What haven't we been looking at yet in terms of being able to have interesting computational processes to generate content? And I would say there's a few things that I think I would love to see us start looking at more in the PCG community. One is an area that I'm doing work in right now of being able to not just model the process to create individual pieces of content, but being able to model more of the creative process itself going into the generator. So, for example, what would it mean for a content generator to be able to draw inspiration from another medium? Not as like a one-to-one input of like, if I see a red square, then I'll produce this, and if I see a blue square, I'll produce this. But try to infer some level of meaning from what a system is looking at and be able to create content from that. You could imagine like a journaling game where the content generator is looking at what you've written in your journal and sort of using that as inspiration for what it makes. Not by saying like, I had a bad day, so it's raining, right? But more like, I had a bad day, so I'm going to like try to more meaningfully encode that into the content that I'm creating. I think an important thing in deeply process-intensive PCG is a system that should be able to rationalize its decision-making process. And this is something that I'm seeing very absent in data-driven PCG systems, right? Where it's really about pulling from data and relying on the data containing all design-encoded knowledge, and not being able to actually make any kind of explanations for what it's doing. And then I think it could be really interesting to have an AI system that can somehow learn from its past designs, right? So if we've got systems that are capable of creating 1 million platforming levels, why is it that after people have played those platforming levels and been able to rate them in some way, the system can't then learn and say, you know, oh, I've learned that when levels look like this, I shouldn't be doing that, so I should be trying to, you know, push more in this direction instead. It's essentially what my vision for like the future of process-intensive PCG is, being able to model more and more complex aspects of the actual creation process to systems instead of relying on things getting caught up in human-authored static pieces of content, right? Building deeper computational models of creativity. Another spectrum to look at is the spectrum from static to playable content. So on one end of the spectrum we have things like tree generators, and terrain generators, and rock generators, which I'm not joking has actually been a paper before, and kind of an interesting one in some ways at that. This is pieces of content that players don't actually like deeply interact with in the game, but is still very important to the overall player experience, because if your trees look like crap, then like people are going to recognize that in your game. So it's important, but it's not like you're like doing very important game mechanic level stuff with the trees, right? On the other end of the spectrum, I think what we have is really deeply playable content, right? Actual entire games that are being created with game generation systems. And I think like levels for platforming games would fit somewhere in the middle, where they're like important to the player experience, but not, you know, at the mechanics level. So if we're already like doing work in creating game mechanics, like what more could we want to do from this, right? I would say that there's a few more things that we may want to do from this. I think it could be interesting to look at, you know, can we have PCG systems that can create entire new genres of games, right? Games that haven't existed before. So instead of trying to codify, you know, all arcade games into some language, can we push past that and try to think like, what is a game that a kind of game that's really never existed before. Like, this is super hard, right? But again, it requires us to think a lot more deeply about what is a game, and abstracting from the rules that we know how to encode into aspects of playful behavior and how to encode that. I'm not saying this is something that like all of you next year at AID should have papers having solved, right? But it's more that these are the kinds of questions that I really wish as a community we would think about more deeply as we're sort of getting tied up in making our systems. So one of the things that's been very interesting to me in my research is the spectrum of like who's controlling the content generator, right? So early procedural content generation systems were almost entirely deterministic, almost used as a form of data compression, where a developer wanted to be able to say, this is what I want, these massive galaxies in the game Elite. But there's no like disk storage space for me to be able to have all of these galaxies. So what I'm going to do instead is like write a generator that can create these galaxies on the fly, but I can very tightly author it, make sure that it's not generating like rude words as names of planets and stuff like that, which literally is a thing they needed to worry about in Elite. And then there's been this push more and more towards being able to have procedural content generation support players being able to create content for games, in games like Spore, right? And then designer control is some kind of midpoint on this spectrum, where a designer is designing player experiences, but is not the player themselves designing their own experiences. So, what lies beyond players being able to control things? I think there's a few things. So what if we were considering observers of games in PCG systems, right? So we care a lot about players right now, but games are inherently social experiences, not only played by multiple people, but watched by multiple people as well, right? We see this with Twitch. And then this like bizarre phenomenon of Twitch plays Pokemon, right? But a huge amount of that experience wasn't just like waiting your turn to be able to control the game, it was watching what other people are doing. And if PCG is part of games that are going to be played by these communities and observed by either large online communities or just like in your house, right? I think probably a lot of us have had the experience of a partner or a friend playing a game and you're sitting on the couch saying like, no, go that way. No, choose that dialogue option. No, don't kill that dude. At least that's what I do when my husband plays games. Maybe I'm just annoying the crap out of him, I don't know. Probably, yes, I am actually annoying him a lot. But the observer is actually incredibly important in game experiences, right? What would that mean to content generation, where we're not just thinking about players, but thinking about broader communities of players as well? And then also, I think, what does it mean to have this sort of magic crayon that went into the creation of Spore, where you can easily draw creatures and then it's imbued with life? We haven't really been looking at what that looks like for playable content. We've really been focusing a lot on what it looks like for either static content like trees and Speed Tree, and a little bit at levels like the Sentient Sketchbook, but not really for entire games. So on the single to multiplayer spectrum, it's starting to feel very spectrum-filled. So the earliest PCG systems, again, were sort of single-player recreations of Dungeons and Dragons, right? And like literally, the earliest form of PCG that I have found is a thing from, I think it was 1977? No, earlier than that. There was a thing called a computer-generated dungeon, and it was a computer-generated tabletop, like single-player dungeon, kind of like Choose Your Own Adventure, for the Tunnels and Trolls pencil and paper role-playing system. And you could like fill out a form and say, I would like, a unique dungeon sent to me, and I want the monster to be called this, and I want this to be the thing that's printed out on the bottom of every page. And they would mail you a procedurally generated single-player adventure. It's like super cool, and also they were terribly bad. But like I was so excited when I did a bunch of archive research over the summer, and this is one of the things that I found, and I was like super excited to find it. But they were really about taking multiplayer experiences that are hard to author and making it for like people who wanted to play them on their own, right? For whatever, you know, either good or very sad social reason you had for that. And really only recently we've been looking at what it means to have procedural content generation for multiplayer games. So like Galactic Arms Race, Minecraft and games like that. But almost all of the work that's been looking at PCG for multiplayer has been looking at multiple players in a single instance, right? In a single copy of the game. What does procedural content generation for multiplayer, multi-instance games look like? And do we get new exciting games out of that? By different people seeing different things simultaneously and being able to influence each other somehow. And like as a group, could we start looking at collaborative play a little bit more instead of assuming that the only form of multiplayer is competitive play? Because there's like a huge, rich source of games that are all about collaborative play between people that I think as a community we would be greatly strengthened by looking at more than just competitive multiplayer when we look at multiplayer. So finally, kind of to wrap this all up, looking at games from game aesthetics, and here I'm using the word aesthetics in like Robin Huneke and Zubek, and who's the third person? LeBlanc. Yeah, LeBlanc. And LeBlanc actually is the one who had like the 8 kinds of fun, right? So bad that I forgot that name. There's sort of common reasons or patterns for why it is that people think that games are enjoyable and the kind of aesthetic experience you're going for when you design a game. And I think really in PCG we've been looking at 2 of these. We've been looking at discovery or exploration, being able to generate massive worlds that people want to explore. And we've been looking at challenge, and that challenge is coming up in personalization, it's coming up in replayability. Right? We're looking at ways of generating content that challenges players because they haven't seen other kinds of content before. And I'm really hard-pressed to think of games that that use PCG that don't somehow fall into one of these 2 categories. There's a few, but not many. Like Proteus, for example, might be one. But there's like all these other kinds of fun that were identified just in this one paper from several years ago, and I think no one thinks that there are only 8 reasons why someone would enjoy playing a game. Right? So why is it that in PCG we're really almost exclusively looking at 2 of them? And I would really like to push people in both PCG and outside of it when looking at game AI. How can we be pushing for AI and PCG for games that are really about sense pleasure or about creative expression, or PCG for games that are supposed to be played as a pastime? So to summarize, because I know I'm running a bit low on time and I skipped over a couple things, but I think there's sort of 5 main places that within PCG, and I think also broader than that, we can be looking at from a game design perspective of how to innovate in both PCG and game design. Looking at deeply process-intensive systems and what kinds of games that can enable. Being able to define new genres through our AI systems. Being able to support large communities of players and collaborative play. And looking at other reasons for why it is that we might want to be using procedural content generation in games. So how do we get there? Magic, I guess. And there's no easy path to get to it. As I said, I don't expect there to just be like a glut of papers at next year's AID that have solved this problem. Not that it would be bad, indeed. In fact, it would be amazing. But I do think like I've identified some incredibly hard problems here, and I'm sure you all agree that they're incredibly hard. Hopefully many of you agree they're worthwhile to aim for. But I think a few things, working with actual game designers and integrating game design research practice into your technical research practice is one way to get there, right? Stop assuming that you're solving a problem that might not actually be a problem and work with designers to identify new and exciting kinds of games to make. Start from design problems, don't start from technical problems necessarily. Although you can make, like as Ian was talking about, you can make interesting design progress coming from the tech side. I think we can also make really interesting progress coming from the design side. And I think drawing more inspiration from experimental games. Less citations to big AAA industry games, more citations to exciting new indie games like Gone Home, which everyone should go play if they haven't played already. is a great way to get started. So with that, I've presented a huge number of questions to all of you, but maybe you have questions for me. So thank you. Yeah.
I just have a quick comment. You didn't put narrative in the things that were done in PCG, and I would like to know why.
So I think part of it is in terms of actual concrete games that have procedurally generated story. Like there's a lot of interesting AI systems that are doing procedurally generated story and procedural narrative, and I in no way want to imply that that's not interesting work, right? Because it's fascinating and I love it. But I think in terms of actual like playable games that have come out, those are few and far between in comparison to games with PCG that have those other two. So there's been games like Facade and Prom Week, and other games like that have been interesting, but they don't. It's almost like when people are like, "Why are you complaining about the underrepresentation of women in games?" There's like these two games that do it really well, right? I think I deliberately excluded it because I think it's so low on in representation, not because I don't think it's interesting or exciting. Yeah, Dave.
So I don't know if it's so much a question as a comment, but I love the notion of spectatorship that you brought in. I'm sure all of us have experienced this, like being at a friend's house or a party and they start playing like Guitar Hero, and the party turns into like what I would imagine, a heavily medicated group of mental patients like that. They're sort of staring at a screen where there's nothing engaging going on. Yet by the same token, you have now esports is really becoming like a legitimate thing, and I actually posed this question to Nick Taylor, who does research on spectatorship communities in games, and I asked the question, are we at a point now where there's a collective understanding of what's going on in games that occurs from a sort of a community that's observing the games? So you can go to, like, for example, a football game, and a stadium of 90,000 fans will simultaneously realize within the span of a half a second the significance of something is about to happen, and they'll all get up on their feet and start cheering. Right? And there's an affordance in the game for that to occur. And it's not clear to me that we have quite realized that from a game design perspective, but it'd be really interesting to think about what those elements are and how you can put those in a model for generation that gives both the element of good and enjoyable play for the people that are actively involved, but also for people that are spectating. So I like that a lot. I think that's cool.
Thank you. I agree.
So I think that some of the missing the game genres that you identified in gray as opposed to red, and I agree with what you're saying in terms of the proportions. But I think there is a technological factor, which is the lack of interface. So if partially why the two, Discovery and Challenger, the top is if you just look at a joystick, okay, or the arrow keys. I mean, they lend themselves pretty well to that type of behavior. If we had maybe, and I think about probably one of the cheapest kind of films to make that continue to be very popular are romantic comedies. And they're not just popular for women, they're popular for, a lot of people, men, women.
Though incidentally, if they were only popular for women, it would still be like 51% of the
population,
right?
Exactly.
So, women aren't a niche by any means.
Sure. But I think those are very verbal types of projects, right? So if there was a type of interface, better speech recognition, more of an ability to make a signature of the voice for the player, with relationship goal states, then I think some of those other things will definitely start to improve, and it's populating the game genres that are out there.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think there's technological challenges beyond just procedural content generation to get some of these up and running.
So it's just more of a comment, although I strongly agree with a lot of what you're saying, and I think the new directions are really exciting. And my favourite thing about this workshop so far is that I've seen lots of people who are evidently working on projects or games themselves, and it's not so much will the industry be interested, but just recognising that you are part of the industry and there's nothing anyone can do to stop that, really. How do you feel about researchers making games? I know this has always been a difficult issue for people. My opinion on it has changed rapidly, backwards and forwards and backwards again. You've obviously made games yourself. You were on the Playable Experiences panel last year at AID. Do you think, because you mentioned working with designers, is it just quicker to make it yourself? Is it more hassle because you have to learn how to make a game? Where does it lie for you?
I mean, so like for me personally, or
what advice would you give to other people?
Right. So, and I think the benefit that can come from working with other designers, and that doesn't need to be like at companies or indie studios. It could be like in the design school at your university, right? Or whatever approximates design school in your university, like maybe the art program or something, is that you get to work with people who are coming from a completely different perspective, right? So I learned about game design and consider myself sort of a game designer of sorts and an artist of sorts, but my training was very much in computer science leading into it. And so I kind of approach things with what like some very theoretical computer scientists might not agree with as being a computer science perspective, right? But what I think like people in this room would agree is kind of a computer science perspective on things. Whereas if you're working with, and I don't mean this term badly, but like a procedurally illiterate designer, right? Then they're coming in with a different set of expectations, and it's sort of both a frustrating and really exciting collaboration that can happen that I think spurs innovation. So I think that's why working with other people is a good thing. It's like the standard diversity of opinion argument. In terms of making games in academic settings, it's really hard. Right? It's hard to have games take more than, or often take more than like 4 months to complete. Right? You can come up with like a cool prototype maybe in 4 months, but it always takes longer than you think it will. So just even practical things like continuity on a project is hard. So I'm facing down the beginning of year one, the end of year one on a particular game design project right now. I'm like, oh, all my programmers are graduating, and one of my artists is going out on co-op to a different industry thing in January. Like, now I need an entirely new team to take on this game that's been developed so far. And like, there's just like logistical challenges that come from making games in academia. But I think despite the like spaghetti code mess and like weird and sometimes inconsistent art direction that you get as a result of that continuity change, I think it's still a very worthwhile experience.
Can I also just quickly sneak in the flip reverse, which is there are some indies watching this talk right now. Like if they saw a researcher like yourself and they were like, I really want to work with this person and make a prop gen thing, like
my email address is right here.
Do you think, is there anything that they need to be apprehensive about? Is there anything they need to come into this realizing? Do they need to change? Is it different from collaborating with another indie? I mean, presumably
I would imagine,
it is.
yes.
So,
academia works slower than industry. It takes us longer to find funding for things and sometimes longer to find students to work on things. So sometimes we'll be like super excited to collaborate, and then they'll say, yeah, let's get started right now. I'm like, yeah, let me send out the email to see if I can find some students to work on that right now. And then all of a sudden a month has gone by and you get like one tentative person. And you're like, I found the person. Now where did my collaborator go? So sometimes things work on a different time scale, and I think that's one of the biggest challenges that we've been facing in various projects at Northeastern on it. But I think it's worth it. I hope that indie people might think it's worth it too. So.
Some people do.
Great, let's thank our speaker. And now we really will have the coffee break.
We will?
Yes, you're going after the coffee break.
Cool.
Just to fit
Isn't there like a large talk after the coffee break?
No, it's your talk.
The schedule says it's like a group.
We'll bump it because of getting delayed on time. We don't want to miss the other coffee break. So it'll be coffee break right now. We'll come back, have a talk, and go from there. So same place as before.
What time?
4. Half an hour.
University.
think about it. Don't think about it. We found some. As soon as
So I'll give you a 5-minute warning. Yep. And otherwise, you're good to go. People maybe in a minute or so shuffling. What is the I'm doing a 20-10 split. So I'll give you 5 minutes until 20, so you're free to go longer or short. Good luck. So welcome back. We're going to begin on the sort of last stretch of the workshop. We're going to cover a talk by Kez, and then go through a few poster presentations / demos to give just a sense of some of the things people are actually building and putting out there. So without further ado, Kez.
Thank you. So I'm Kaz. I'm down the road at UNC Charlotte. I'm a postdoc there. And I'm actually a computational creativity researcher mostly. I work on how we can build models of creativity that allow us to recognize when a particular artifact is innovative in some way. And I want to talk about some models that we've made, and this is a position paper in that I have not yet applied these models to anything in games. I would very much like to. If after my talk you would also very much like to, that's why I'm doing this. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the sort of work that we do, and then go through some of the ways I think that could be applied in a games context. These are my first stabs at this, to give you kind of a shakedown on what I think is possible. And then I'll open it up to questions, and we can all talk about whether anything I said is actually feasible. So to start with, what we've actually been working on is this idea of computational creativity recognition, which is about identifying creativity and evaluating whether an artifact is creative in some way compared to others, with the eventual goal of augmenting the creativity of human designers. And I actually started out in design research, the study of design cognitively and computationally. So when I think about this, I don't think about a domain. I don't think particularly about games design or about architecture or about interface design. We're sort of looking for models that can be applied in all sorts of different places. And because this question is always the first one that pops up into people's heads, what do you mean by creativity? The thing that we mean is the union of unexpectedness and value. So if something is just weird, it's not creative. It's just weird. If something is just good, it's not creative. And there are many good things out there. A lot of them do not break any molds. But if something is both unexpected, if it is different to other artifacts that have come before, or if it violates your expectations about what particular artifacts, given its context, its genre, etc., should do, and it's still good, it breaks the mold, but it's not rubbish, that's creative. So to us, innovation comes at the union of good and weird. And everything which I'm going to say today sort of is a way to break down how to computationally model that thing, that principle. So if we haven't done this in games, what have we done? Our most recent work has been applying this in a product design domain. And after grabbing a database of some thousands of mobile phones and other electronic devices, we found these were some examples of the most creative things. Some of them really surprised us. We were looking at mobile devices. It turns out that in about 2004, there was a fortunately brief dalliance with ultralight netbooks. Those were laptop-shaped things that ran on mobile OSs. And since our inclusion criteria for this study was stuff that ran on mobile OSs, turns out that if you build a predictive model of what a phone should look like and how it should work and how all the pieces should relate, if there's a laptop in your database, that's weird. So it works, right? Also, this is a retail barcode scanner, but it runs on Windows CE. So our inclusion criterion was runs on a mobile device, and it turns out that retail barcode scanners do not fit with our system's expectations of what a mobile phone should look like. So it's working, right? But then we get to some more interesting cases, or less interesting cases. This is a relatively ordinary looking tablet released by NVIDIA. The screen is 17 inches across. It was designed to be a home entertainment tablet that you carried around on your couch, and you could watch movies just right here. It sounds incredibly innovative. One wonders if they had heard of the television. It did not sell very well. This is weird. It certainly broke all of our model. It broke all of our expectations, and that's good. It was not valued. It was not well received by the society into which it was released. It didn't even get any sort of popular niche attention. So that's one side of creativity. That's what's unexpected. And then, if you're ever doing any studies of unexpectedness in mobile devices, you have to find Apple devices to be innovative and creative. They make you sign a thing. In any case, it turned out that our system did find the first iPad to be quite innovative because it broke a lot of the system's expectations about what a small device should do versus what a large device should do. Because at the time, many of the devices about this size were very old. And the iPad actually brought new tech specs and new features and new abilities into this larger form factor. Interestingly, several years later, I don't know if you recognize this. I'm really surprised if you do. This is a ZT something or other. It is a 2014 high-end smartphone that brings the performance capability of a tablet. It has a really high-end graphics chip, an immensely powerful CPU, ridiculous amounts of space. I don't know why you would need that unless you were running full high-def 3D video games on a phone. Oh wait, that's what people do these days. This is the pimped-out smartphone that allows you to... it is the Alienware of smartphones, right? And this surprised our model in that it broke all the expectations about how powerful a small device would be. So it was the inverse of the iPad. The iPad took previously, big devices were old and clunky. The iPad broke that around saying, here is a big mobile device that is actually new and fast. And then several years later, the system had this expectation, actually big devices are the powerful ones, the 3D powerhouses that you get in a tablet. Here is a small device that does that. It broke the expectations again. So that's the kind of stuff which we've been doing. I'll talk a little bit more about computationally how any of that works. But what we're interested in is we have a relatively simple representation for these things. We can go and harvest many of the databases of phone features and phone dimensions and all that sort of stuff off the net, and we can build simple regression and clustering models that are predictive of what they're going to be like, and then we can see how wrong we are. A bit more to it than that, but that's basically how it works. We want to see whether we can do this for game content. We want to see whether we can model the unexpectedness of a piece of game content with the intention of saying to that piece of content's creator, be that a procedural system or a user making a submission, this is innovative, and here's why. Let me critique your system for you based on how it relates to other systems that are out there. This is not something that I'm expecting to have working within the next couple of months, but it, for us, forms a really interesting research agenda. How do you build computational systems that critique the creativity of game content, either procedurally or user-generated? So,
let's go through a bit of a thought experiment on how I feel this could be applied to games content now. I have not done any of the things in the slides following this one. This is the last slide of my talk, and we're, 4 minutes in, where I have actually done anything. Everything else I have merely thought about. Please join me onto a voyage into my own imagination. But I believe that all of the pieces necessary to build this are out there. It would be logistically complicated to get them all together and functioning, but I believe that none of this is impossible. If you disagree, disagree at the end. So, online repositories of player-generated content, primarily amateur player-generated content, are a huge deal now. And this is not just in open world, less goal-driven environments like Minecraft, but also in competitive strategy games, art assets for shooter mods. I mean, you can find hundreds of thousands of StarCraft maps out there, many of which are actually thought of as competitive strategy game maps. So we're not talking just about novelties where, hey, let's play this map where I get all of the resources at the start. You guys will really love this. But people are putting a great deal of effort into producing high-quality content. And it's maps, it's levels, it's items, it's textures, it's models, it's, to a lesser extent, things like narrative yet. It's mostly end assets. But there is a downside to all of this community-based content. How many of you regularly interact with player-generated content that is neither highly popular, as in stands out at the top of all of the lists as something that you should play with, or made by someone you know? Most of the time when you hear about player-generated content, it's either because it's the 1% of the 1%, it's the thing that went viral, or it's the thing that your mate made and would really like you to playtest, right? There is a very large excluded middle here. This is social filtering, right? Social filtering is amazing. Social filtering lowered the barriers to entry in our world. It drives community-supported content all over. I do not want to say that social filtering is bad, but it is limiting. What if there were a way for us to surface content that wasn't in that top 0.001% of popularity, but instead fit with your novelty preferences? If you said, I'd like you to filter this stuff by popularity a little bit. I want to filter out the stuff that is completely useless, but I mostly want you to focus on stuff that's really new. Sort these by how unexpected they are, or merge unexpectedness and creativity, unexpectedness and popularity at least. And so here we're talking about a way to filter user-generated content. So let me talk a little bit about how that could work as a social filtering plus creativity filtering for repositories of user-generated content. So, as I said, we model creativity, the union of unexpectedness and value. Value can be approximated through social filtering. That is a zeroth order approximation. It's not particularly good, but it's what's out there, and it seems to do okay most of the time. If you define value as what is recognized as valuable by a community, which I'll admit is a horrible circular definition, then yeah, it works perfectly. But for now, let's say that what is valuable is what is popular, because I want to focus on the other bit. Unexpectedness, and this is where our research has led us to. We can kind of break it down into these 4 different kinds of model of expectation that you can build in, we hope, otherwise our model's broken, in any domain. And I want to talk about them and then talk about the way they apply to games. So, the first one is categorical unexpectedness. And that is when something is supposed to fit into a category and doesn't. It either has some inferred labels, so a system guesses what its labels are supposed to be, or some applied labels, like users submit it and tag their new level as balanced, or they tag their game as horror, or they tag their they tag their map. Here's the example I have is it's desert, right? And then the system has some expectations about what that is going to mean. The system builds those from having experienced a lot of those artifacts. And then if it turns out it's wrong, that's one indicator of unexpectedness. So here's one example of what that could mean in a game content.
It might just so happen that due to people's built cognitive biases about what it's like being in a desert, that people who tend to use the desert texture pack tend to build games with lots of open spaces and that are sparse on resources. I don't know whether that's true. It's something I made up, but it sounds pretty cool. Would it be really interesting if you had texture packs that made absolutely no difference to the available content in the level creator, but people tended to build desert maps that fit a certain play style because that's how they think of deserts? That's the kind of silly stuff that humans do all the time. And that's the kind of thing that you could pick up by a model of unexpectedness that would work like this. So it would look at your representation of these levels. You could do some geometric analyses of visibility, of connectedness, of resource sharing or resource distribution. You could look at replays. You could look at results of games and see where people tend to end up. And you could categorize all of those things and then break those down by the labels which people apply to them. That all sounds doable, a little bit complicated, and getting your data is going to be messy. But you could do that. You could build predictive models of what a desert map would look like, and then you could find out how wrong you are. And then you could look at those models which are wrong, and you could describe to either someone who's looking for content or someone who made the content, you could say to them, well, what's really interesting about this desert map is that it is not sparse on resources, and some high percentage of desert maps tend to be. And so I found your map interesting. And that's critical feedback generated by a machine by leveraging what the machine expects from the rest of the database. There are some issues of scale there, and that all sounds like it would take a week and a half on a relatively large number of computers to calculate, but that seems like it would be a really interesting piece of feedback to give to a designer. Moving on to the next kind of unexpectedness. You can look at trends. Creative domains change over time, artistic movements, different styles of play come into and go out of vogue, and you can build models that take the time that an artifact is released, the time that a piece of game content comes out, into account. So my example here is, let's say you have a strategy game where people can submit new units that they've created, and over time the metagame tends towards large, powerful units. The general community consensus is that, well, actually, heavy units are totally OP. And so all of the developers, all of the content submitters are focusing on building the biggest, most heavily armored, most badass big truck thing. And then someone figures out a different way to approach the metagame and to win with small swarms of cheap troops in some way. Maybe some tipping point is met, and the trend towards being huge and slow has rendered them vulnerable to tiny swarms in some David versus Goliath kind of fun way. The system would then notice those submissions that were getting popular that did not fit with the previous expectations that submissions would get larger and heavier. Now you have all of these submissions down here that are tiny. And those would be picked up as unexpected. And if they were also popular, they would be picked up as creative. If everyone else is building giant tanks and you build a tiny fly thing and it sucks, it's unexpected, but it's not creative. So the third kind, then, is relational unexpectedness. That is when one attribute of a thing is incongruous to some other attributes of a thing. If I show you a coffee cup, but it's not actually full of coffee, it's full of bees, that's incongruous. You typically don't keep bees in a coffee cup. I don't know where you keep bees, maybe in a beehive. That's a silly example. I should stick with the ones on my slides. So, you can look at a very, very small map, and maybe there's a correlation you would expect between small maps that are submitted to this, let's say, archive of strategy game maps, and average playtime. So now the one attribute is an attribute of the map itself, and the other is an attribute of the data collected, the statistics collected from that map. And this one small map is balanced in such an interesting way that it has a high average playtime. There's probably something strategically interesting going on there. Or maybe just the people who play on that map are crap. But if you have a lot of player data, then it's something strategically interesting. And that could show up as unexpectedness because there's this incongruity. Then the last kind of expectation is a little bit more conceptually difficult to understand. one of the things that characterizes some psychological studies of expectation is that people are surprised by stuff that forces this realignment of their understanding. This is the sort of missing link. It's all clear to me now. Previously, I thought this was how the world worked, but now, after I've seen this one thing, I've had my eureka moment. The apple has dropped on my head. Pick your metaphor. And now I understand that the world works differently. So you can, with a computational model, you can measure quite easily in a number of different ways the difference between what your world model looked like before you saw the thing and what your world model looked like after you adjusted to the presence of the thing. In a planning system, you can look at how many things were forced to change. In a clustering system that's run online, you can look at how many things moved around, that sort of stuff. And here, the example is a somewhat more higher level, but you can look at strategy games that were originally competitive, RTS-style stuff, and then all of a sudden, people started releasing an absolute ton of tower defense maps for, I think this was Warcraft 2 was the first time this kind of happened. Someone can probably correct me on this. Tower defense wasn't invented as a Warcraft 2 map, but it was probably popularized there. And people were submitting user-generated content in a whole different genre and twisting and messing with the capabilities of the level generation system to produce a different genre out of them. And if you were clustering things about those maps, if you were clustering some representation of what people did in those maps and what the distribution of units looked like and that kind of thing, all those ones would show up off in a corner somewhere. That's a whole new thing. So for the creation of a new subcategory and the forcing of you to restructure your understanding, then this would have forced the system to create a whole new label, a whole new category. So I'm going to spend relatively little time on what a system could do with those models and just talk very briefly about the kinds of things. Let's say you have a system that builds those sorts of expectations, couples them with social feedback. How would it give a response to a human? This is then focusing on using it for user-generated content. You would need to do this very differently if you're using it for procedurally generated content. You wanted to generate a better approach next time. You could give feedback, but it would look very different. So the kinds of interaction between the human creator and the critic, the computational system, it could be public or private individual feedback. Man, your map sucks. It's boring. This is why. Or I really like the fact that this desert map is different to other desert maps for these reasons. It could produce lists, ratings, sort of listicles. Here's your top 10 innovative desert maps. Maybe not like that, but something along those lines. It could provide a creator with suggested inspiration. You've been doing this really interesting stuff with desert maps. Here are some things that you should check out. And then it could recommend similar but maybe more innovative or similar but more popular things to try and push someone in the direction of something interesting. Or it could start remixing content all on its own, and this gets into a generative system and says, well, you guys aren't taking advantage of this obvious hole, so I'm going to go out and try and fill it with the systems generating a piece of game content. And then you can go on from there to entirely new content. Some of these look relatively simple once you have the preceding models. Some of them look relatively complicated. But all of these, in some part, are out there. One of the interesting things is that this sort of formative feedback is actually quite popular in automated writing evaluation, which is this really controversial domain of computers that mark essays for high school kids. But they've done a lot of work into trying to make that not horrible and soul-destroying. I don't know how well they've actually managed to do that. But so there's a fair bit of work in natural language systems for giving feedback to people based on a computational model. So all the pieces are out there, but this represents many years of a research agenda. I don't want to pretend that I'm going to have a paper doing all this next year. So, to finish with, we want to try and use a combination of static analysis of content, so analysis of content not through playthroughs, telemetry gathered from players actually using their stuff, overall stats on what happens on servers, and the impact, the feedback from the community. So communities often leave a lot of discussion about stuff, and you could You could build models by doing sentiment analysis and looking at what people are saying about a piece of content, if there's enough discussion around there, and that would be another interesting stream of data. And we want to use that to approximate player expectations so that we know when those expectations are violated. And we want to use that to build a computational critic that could be used in either user-generated or procedurally generated content. So that there endeth my fantasy, right? There endeth my research agenda, which is what I should probably call it. We've done some parts of this in other domains, and the reason why I came here to Exag is that I'd be really fascinated in pursuing some of this stuff. But as someone who isn't a game researcher, I don't have most of the resources necessary to do it. So if you found this talk really, really interesting, please look me up. My website is my firstname.com, Kazjon. I can be found on Twitter and that kind of thing, and that's probably enough shameless self-promotion. Thank you.
Yeah, I was really excited about this paper. I think the ideas, partly this is, I already know Kaz through his work in competition creativity, as you may have gathered throughout the day, but I think it's like a perfect application. And I know that, so you're familiar with Steam's workshop stuff. So there's a lot of that stuff is already there. And I realize this is unfair to ask you because the whole point of a vision paper is that you can just see it, you haven't actually done it necessarily. But the trickiest part, obviously, is automatically downloading and playing the mod in Skyrim and working out what's going on. So let's say you didn't do that. Let's say you did everything else. Like, what percentage do you think of your vision could you get away with without actually booting up Skyrim? Just by looking at the downloads, the feedback. Let's say you worked at Valve and you were behind the scenes and you had all the stats.
So if you work at Valve and you do have all the stats, I actually think you can get a lot. There have been some really interesting things coming out of Valve about the stats that they do to balance TF2 based on the absolutely ludicrous volume of data they have about that game, because it's a cultural movement at this point, right? Or a hat simulator. And with that level of aggregate data about players, about player movements, player trajectories, time spent in particular parts of the room, the preference of particular items over others, you could crunch those numbers and you could get a really robust approximation. If we wrote something ourselves and put something up and got maybe a couple of thousand players, that's harder. So it's a scale problem, I think, in that I think you would need a very large database of aggregate play data, statistics about maps and servers and that kind of thing. Who won on particular strategy maps, right? I mean, if the person who starts in the top left wins all the time on this map, it's probably got a balance problem, right? But you would need a lot of data to measure that sort of stuff. And most of these models need a lot of data anyway. I think you can get a lot, as long as you have a lot of data.
Yeah, thanks.
It's sort of a non-answer.
It's super interesting. I hope we see more of this kind of interaction between creativity and people being creative already in communities like this.
So one of the things that really worries me about this research is that you need a lot of data to make it work goes against the innovation and the indie aspect of the community trend that we see in games and honestly in everything else, in that it's the small, motivated people who are willing to try out stuff that usually push forward tech and story and all sorts of other things. But if I need Valve levels or Blizzard levels of data to get this off the ground, then it's not indie anymore. So the question is to find out what you can do with less data, what you can do with static analysis rather than player telemetry.
Or maybe you need to find the right indie developer, someone who's got quite a scaled community, because some of them are quite large. Maybe you need to, there's got to be the happy medium out there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's the hope. Yeah?
This might elicit another non-answer, but...
they're my favorite.
Do you have any thoughts or previous thoughts or ones on your feed about how computational creativity might apply to narrative generation or stories
So I've seen two thoughts there. One is there's a community of people who do computational creativity narrative generation. I can give you some links to them. Pablo Javas is in Mexico. Pablo is in Spain. Rafael is in Mexico. Rafael Perez, whose name I probably just mangled. And they both do story generation stuff, and they measure creativity. So that's one place to look. The second place would be people who are trying to build models of narrative interestingness or narrative engagement in conversational narrative and things like that. And those are CogSci studies of what stories keep people's attention. And inside that, they're trying to build models that they wouldn't call computational creativity models, but the models that they build of what stories keep people's attention could be used as computational creativity. And they do some really interesting stuff with someone is telling a narrative conversationally, and they're trying to build a planner that fits what's being explained and is trying to figure out what's happening next. And if that planner makes a confident prediction and is wrong, which is exactly the kind of unexpectedness stuff that I'm trying to do. So the planner generates a prediction and is completely wrong, and then has to completely reorganize the plan, throw out everything about its assumptions about what happened before, and start again. Then that was a surprising event. And they have some nice stuff about the difference between something that happens completely at random and something that makes sense but you didn't see it before, which I think is at really the core of surprise. Something that violates expectations is much less interesting than something that subverts your expectations. Really funny jokes are when there was two stories going on, you thought one of them was what was happening, but it turns out at the last instant there was this other thing going on that you didn't see coming. But once you do see it, it makes perfect sense. If something happens...
I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Seriously.
If something happens and it doesn't make sense, then it's not as funny. It's just weird, right? Yeah. So narrative interestingness would probably be where I'd look.
Do you have any thoughts on how what you're doing would apply to this?
I don't know enough about the representations used in narrative generation to talk intelligently about it, but I have a bunch of ideas.
We can talk later.
Yeah, probably best. It embarrasses me less in front of a bunch of people who actually do know what they're talking
again.
about.
Sorry.
No, but I think it's really an interesting domain, because if you can work with the high-level narrative representations, what comes out of planning systems, and you can build expectations based on that, then it's a lot cheaper to evaluate than it is to evaluate the final artifact that embeds that story. I mean, you get different things if you do that, but if you can evaluate with an intermediate representation as a first pass, an early generate and test, and say, well, I think this is kind of interesting, and that puts you in a good position for a generative workflow. Anyone else? Well, thank you very much.
So at this time, we're going to switch over to the poster presentation segment, and we're going to open with Justice presenting some of his work on the general mediation engine, and then we'll switch over to Tommy to present some of his player touch analysis game. And so we'll kind of go through those. We'll open up, let them present a little bit, open up for questions, and then probably close after that. So thank you.
Cool. So this morning I gave a technical presentation about my work, and now I just have a demo, so I'm going to show off the system that I've been building. Let's see. Is that big enough? Can everyone see that? Okay. So this is kind of this text-based system that I briefly described this morning, and it opens up with this. You can look and see what type of game files you have. So here it just is looking at this benchmarks folder and looking in here for PDDL files. Here's the Arthur domain that I went over this morning. I'll open these up. So once again, I showed this off this morning. It's just PDDL that's sitting in here. 4 actions in this initial state and the goal state. And you can type this in. I'll say I want to play the Arthur game, and it pops up. It gives me the opening prompt. Actually, I'll pop back out and turn on debug mode so we can see the trajectories. back in here. So there's the state printing off, and we can see our plan over there, our trajectory. We can also type in help, and it'll tell us our enabled actions, so we can move to the clearing, take the spellbook, take a ring. And we can look again and say we're going to take the spellbook. Actually, this time I'll move to the clearing, because I'll do what it wants me to do. I'll move to the clearing, and then I'll wake Merlin up. Now when I woke Merlin up, it saw that Merlin was the next person that it wants to act on the plan, so he went ahead and disenchanted Excalibur for me. So now I can take Excalibur and finish the plan. But we saw, oh no, I need to take it. Okay. Okay, so goal state. That's what I showed off this morning, but let's look at this over here. Zombie. So this is a simple domain based on the Evil Dead, the first one. So here's the PDDL state. So we have, Ash, Linda. There's an evil spirit, a Necronomicon, boomstick, axe, a couple rooms, and then our goal state is we want Linda to not be a zombie, which means that she needs to be a zombie. We don't want her to be alive, and we want Ash to be hurt. And then it has some actions over here. So like a person can get possessed by a spirit, a person can read a book, you can shoot a zombie, you can chop a zombie with the axe, you can chop a thing, scratch a person. So just a bunch of these actions sitting over here. So I'll go ahead and run this. Okay, so we're in the living room. We see Linda. We see a cabinet. Cabinet is closed and locked. We see doors leading to the bedroom outside in the cellar. Does anyone have any suggestion for what I should do?
Exag plays.
What's up?
Exag plays.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Take in Twitch comments, and I can start doing things.
I vote anarchy.
Anarchy. Okay. Yeah, let's move to the cellar and see what's down there.
Take the X. Take the X.
I mean, hold up. I'm going to turn off debug mode so we can't see what it wants us to do. So I'm going to go back in here, wait for it to initialize. Move to the cellar. Let's see what the cellar description. So we're standing in the cellar. We see a Necronomicon. The Necronomicon is a book, and it's evil. Oh no. You see a door leading back to the living room.
Read Necronomicon.
Oh, okay. Read Necronomicon.
That's the best one.
Unfortunately, we can't read it. We have to take it first. So let's take it. And now that we've taken it, I'll go ahead and read it. Oh no, we freed an evil spirit by reading the Necronomicon. That doesn't seem like it's good. What should we do next? We're just standing in a... Yeah, let's move back to the living room. And as soon as we get up there, we get scratched by Linda, who is evidently now a zombie. That's no good.
Sorry, guys.
We see our cabinet. The cabinet's closed and locked. We see doors leading to the bedroom outside in the cellar. So we need to find some way to make Linda not alive to accomplish our goal state. So any other suggestions?
Go outside.
Go outside?
Big devils always happen outside.
Okay. Oh, no. Yeah, so that's a joke from Homestar Runner, which I didn't know about. I looked up like parser fail comments, and this was one of the top answers. My parser skills aren't the best, but so I'll move outside now.
I have a suggestion to cry for help. Is that
cry for help? I don't think that's an enabled action, but we could write the PDDL action for crying for help.
Or just generally cry, just weep in the corner.
So there's a woodshed here outside. Would y'all like me to move into the woodshed?
100%.
Woodshed. So now we're in the woodshed. We see an axe, and we see a door leading back outside.
Excellent. Take door.
Take the door. You want me to type that in? I mean, I can. Not happening. Anything else? Okay.
I'm bad at this game.
Don't take the axe. Okay, so we're standing in the woodshed, and we see a door leading outside, and we're now equipped with the axe. So
Chop the door.
We can try chopping the door. I don't think that's enabled. I think you can actually chop open the cabinet back. I think I programmed that in. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Move outside. There's nothing in here, so I'm going to move back to the living room. So now we see Linda, zombie Linda, is still in the living room. There's a cabinet. You want me to try and chop the cabinet?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I apologize if I haven't programmed this in. Okay, so cool. Now the cabinet is no longer locked. We've chopped the lock out of the cabinet, and we see that a boomstick is in the cabinet. So, okay. I can take the boomstick. Okay, now we're at a choice point. There's one thing that needs to be accomplished, which is Linda needs to no longer be alive. We're equipped with both the axe and the boomstick, so
shoot Ash.
Shoot Ash. Okay. I don't think characters can commit suicide in this domain. That would require some additional programming.
Go to the bedroom.
Okay, I can go to the bedroom. Oh, sorry, move bedroom once again. Parser. So we're in the bedroom, and we see an old key in the bedroom. I wonder what the old key was for. Unfortunately, I don't think. I mean, we can take the key. I don't think it's going to be much use now. Yeah. Well, not quite. You can only do one thing now. That I said there's a choice to be made. What's that? What's that? I don't think I've programmed in any give actions. So all this is based off of the domain over here. So if I didn't include the action in this domain and tell it how, what conditions need to be true and what it accomplishes, it wouldn't happen. There's really one of two things that can happen at this point that will advance the story. So, any suggestion?
Okay, chop Linda.
Chop Linda, not the boomstick.
Oh,
okay.
No.
Boomstick.
I had it.
Okay, so we're gonna shoot Linda. Okay, so we shot Linda, and she's no longer a zombie, which is the goal state.
Oh, it's a boomstick. I thought it was a broomstick.
No. So in the Evil Dead, in the Army of Darkness, Ash holds up his shotgun and says, "This is my boomstick." So it's a shotgun. Yeah.
Dude, you have to work on your cultural literature.
I know. You need context. Okay, so that's kind of how that works. You can pass in this PDL description of the start state, end state, and a set of actions, and you can modify the actions, and it'll change what can happen in the game. I'm going to show off, this wasn't in my paper, but I can show off, and it looks like the screen skewed a little bit. But here's my alpha attempt at, meaning it's in alpha, attempt of using this to control like a 2D game. So this is the King Arthur domain, and King Arthur here is the Link sprite. And let's see if I click over here. Okay, so I can move around, and this isn't affecting any PDDL actions. This is just stuff I programmed in. I'll let it know how I can move Link around. But if I come down here and press A, I pick up the spellbook, and the spellbook. What just changed about the world was nothing that I programmed into the world mechanics. It came from the PDDL state updating. So when I told it that Link picks up the spellbook, the state updated and said spellbook is no longer at the woods where Link is. So when it refreshed, it removed the game object linked to the spellbook from the woods, and it updated and got removed from the game world. And it also got placed in this special little inventory bar at the top. We can also come up here and grab the ring if we want. We move up here, and we find Merlin, who is asleep. His eyes are closed. And the enchanted Excalibur over here. And I'm going to try and pick it up. So down here at the bottom, it's trying to see what I'm trying to do, because, oh no. Don't open, oh no. Oh no. Okay, so the A button is context sensitive, so it can be used to both pick up things and wake up things. So right now, it's like when I press A over here, it tries to wake up Excalibur because it doesn't know. It just knows the thing that I'm pressing A at is Excalibur, and I can't wake up Excalibur. And it's also trying to take Excalibur, and since Excalibur's enchanted, I can't take it either. So it's not, neither of the actions it's tied to are working. It doesn't. Okay. So now I'm going to come over here and I'm going to Oh yeah, so I hit A on Merlin, which woke him up, so that tied the wake person, Arthur Merlin, if you can see down there at the bottom. And as soon as he woke up, I don't have any cool animations to show what happened, but you saw the sword change from the little radiation around it to now it's clear, which is, as soon as Merlin woke up, he executed the action of disenchanting Excalibur. Ideally, you would have some animation play where he woke up and waved a magic wand or something like that. So I can take that, and you can see at the bottom it says goal state. I'm going to play again this time and try and disenchant Excalibur myself. Okay, I'm going to go grab the spell book again, come up here, and I'm going to press the Y button, which is tied to using whatever's selected in my inventory. Oh, X button. And so I disenchanted it myself, and now I can pick it up and accomplish the goal state itself. Yeah, so there's the system. Is that good, Alex? Okay.
Excellent.
Yeah.
I've got a request. Are any of the demos you've shown downloadable? Some of the people watching on...
Yeah. So the text-based system is available at go.ncsu.edu/GME.
Is this link in your paper by any chance?
Yes, it's in the demo paper.
Okay.
I haven't put the 2D interface, the Unity version, up online yet, but I can look into doing that.
Do you have a Twitter account or anything where people can follow you for updates?
I have a Twitter account. So my friend created a Twitter game like 2 years ago, and so my Twitter account exists solely to play this online Diablo Twitter game where you would click this game, and every time you click at it, it would tweet something back at you, like you attack an orc, and you either killed it and got experience and leveled up or moved on. So I do have a Twitter account. Fortunately, right now, it's mostly just clicks at this. I think I was the only one who played it, and it on the last one of the API changes to Twitter, it stopped working. But yeah, you can. It'd be easier if you wanted to talk to me to just send me email at jjrobert@ncsu.edu, which that should be in the paper too. Or you can follow me on Twitter. I get on there every now and then. Quick. Yeah. Are there any other questions? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I really like this idea, and I like using this sort of planning approach to drive AI behavior. One concern I have, or one problem I can see, is NPCs being too opportunistic and following you around like a flock of children, trying to help you as soon as you do some action in a bigger domain, where maybe you have the player has to do something first before an NPC can help them. How would you restrict NPC behavior to make them more realistic?
Yeah, so one thing I go into in my paper is that one of the things I was trying to do with this was separate the linear story generation process from the branching story generation process. So my planner I treat as a black box, and I call it the story oracle. So I kind of count on the story oracle to know things like that, like character behavior, and plan things that are realistic. So I expect for that intelligent character behavior that arises from the plan structure to be baked into the planning process in some way. So it's really the interestingness of the behavior of the characters really depends on the authored domain as well as the planning technology that you attach in, and it can be used with any planner that can. Right now, I'm just calling a planner through a command line interface. So really, any planner that takes as input a PDDL, or any process that takes as input domain and problem file and produces a set of steps can be used with this. Yeah. Cool.
Awesome. Well, thank you very
much.
Thanks.
Technical problems, folks.
Technical
Yeah.
It's just plugs.
Which one? The right one?
Fortunately, I have no clue.
There we go.
That's encouraging.
Woo!
Yep.
Yay.
All right.
All right. Sweet. This works. So, hi everybody. I think I am the last person here. I wouldn't have said saving the best for last, but certainly you've just stuck around long enough, so I appreciate it. To say this is new work is something of an understatement. I'm here on behalf of my student, Mikelevin Chiguera, who I literally gave him this weird task in about July and said, you know what would be really cool is if you went away and did all this work, and I'm going to go on leave now. I'll be back in August. Run with it, see what you can do with it. And I came back in August and he's like, look, I've got this little prototype on the go. I'm like, excellent. And then, the call for this had came out, and we thought, oh, well, two birds, one stone, I get free stuff, we could maybe also put it into a workshop, that'd be cool. So this is a slideshow-based poster presentation. So it's not really a poster presentation at all. But we do actually have a demonstration, which is actually built largely for the purposes of what we're talking about. We're talking about touch-driven games, and I'm usually, in that case, talking about mobile phones and tablets. So, given that there are so many people here, and I can't help but pass up an excellent opportunity, could I at least ask for two people to play the prototype that we have on one of those respective devices? Your data will now be used as part of the subsequent publication that we do on this work at some conference at some point. So I'll just talk a little bit about what the general idea of the work is, because we're still very much just kind of putting it all together. Talk a little bit about the demo that's there. It's not fantastic, but it works, and where we're kind of going with it. So, first of all, this all came about a year or so ago. There's actually a preceding bit of research that came around, and we were talking about mobile phones and tablets and how people use touch control in order to play video games. But the thing is that despite their increased usage, no one's ever really bothered to properly check, well, how do people use touch controls? In certain cases, it's sort of obvious. We kind of infer from the dynamics of the game how you're going to then use that touch control. Angry Birds, for example, is an obvious one. You begin to infer, that's actually a catapult. You launch the Angry Bird at the structure collapses, okay. Certain games don't seem, particularly games that transfer from different sources. Perhaps you've got a game that was on a console, or it was on like the Nintendo DS, and then you transfer it over onto a phone. And then people's kind of, natural intuition is, we'll just put some virtual buttons on the screen and that'll work. Anybody who actually plays Street Fighter on consoles or PC and then tried to play it on the iPhone, I for one am still grateful I still have an iPhone. I kind of lost any interest in playing that game within about 10 minutes because the virtual buttons lack tactility. I have no notion of feedback. I don't even know if the button actually worked. Because, we're typically given this wonderful image of a child on their phone. Look at this, I'm playing this game. And I'm not one of those people. I'm that. I got giant thumbs. And even on an iPhone, and have you noticed how iPhones are now getting bigger? I think the iPhone 6 might, and the XL version or whatever it is, might finally be the first phone that Apple have released that's actually built for my hands. So when I'm texting, it doesn't just come out. Autocorrect's amazing, because otherwise I would have looked like a drunken serial killer now for years by text message. And so we were kind of thinking about this like a year or so ago, and a student of mine, Sam Maycock, had done a little body of work where we'd taken the Ms. Pac-Man competition framework from the Ms. Pac-Man versus Ghosts competition that Simon Lucas was involved in, and we ported it over to Android. And then we started implementing a whole bunch of control schemes, whether it was static buttons, whether you could flick. And then, actually in this screenshot here, what you're seeing is that the players actually tapped with their finger to go here, and we've actually just done a little bit of pathfinding to then find a nice location to go towards. Now, that doesn't factor the ghosts at all. It was like, no, just play it and see how this works out. And it was interesting getting some feedback from it. We did a small paper. It was a poster that was published at CIG in 2013.
And one of the things that people said that they liked the variety because it allowed them to start thinking more tactically about playing Pac-Man rather than actually as a kind of Twitch control game. So I thought, well, maybe we should do something bigger about this, like a kind of larger experiment. And your natural instinct was, well, let's just put this up on the App Store then. We can get a whole bunch of people doing this and we can mine the data. And then I remembered that I don't own Ms. Pac-Man. And there was other competition frameworks that recently got into trouble for using copyrighted material, the Mario AI competition. So I thought, no, maybe this isn't the way to go. So we're now working on achieving the same functionality and a whole bunch of other stuff as a Unity 3D plugin. And like I said, we literally just started working on this. But I'll just kind of walk you through generally what it's about and what the actual demo that's currently working its way around the room is doing. I do have the demo, I've actually got the build on here, but it doesn't work with a mouse. So I'm going to refrain from playing it because otherwise it's built for touch. You know, it's the whole point of this talk, touch. So I wanted to have an interface that regardless of the device you're running on, you can then handle the gestures. And there's a variety of gestures, we mentioned them in the paper, whether it's touching, swiping, pinching, we can now recognize these. And then we can just add these are now hooks that you can then attach into your game and say, right, well now we can create this control scheme that's attached to that particular touch that you've actually done in the game. But the other thing was we wanted to have a whole bunch of logging going on in the game, and we can actually look at an awful lot of what you're doing. So those of you who are actually playing the Pac-Man game, you're going to find out in about 5 minutes everything I'm learning about you. Excuse me. But yes, I'm actually learning an awful lot just from even that simple demo, like how you're actually playing that game. And I've actually learned a few things about myself, not on a kind of deeply existential level, but just on more of a sort of, oh right, so that's apparently how I play touch games. All right, fair enough. So that's the kind of, the required overview diagram. You always need one, like this is what our architecture does. The first part I was just talking about there was the gesture manager, where we have a series of sticks and virtual sticks, virtual buttons, and we can then use them to kind of map onto certain gameplay mechanics that you want to use. The other part was actually there's a navigation grid that's been built into the nav mesh. So you're seeing there's an image in the bottom left corner. What we've got is actually a separate camera. The game now runs on 2 cameras. When you bring this plug into your game, it builds another camera atop the game, and what it's doing is it's trying to see if it can build a live mesh of the world that will actually respond to touch. And in the actual scene in Unity, we can then customize that, so we can say, right, within this particular space, we're interested in discretizing that down to an X by Y grid. And then we can use that if we want to do pathfinding. We can say, well, if you actually then drag your finger across from one place to another, it will then actually do the appropriate path through the nav mesh for you. Now, that only will work in some games. So naturally, if we're going to do like a Pac-Man clone and reproduce the work we've done before, sure, okay, that'll work, but not all the time. For me, the more interesting part is actually the logging system, where we're trying to do as much player modeling as we can, even on just this simple game, and also subsequently in future games. What can we actually learn about the player, and is there something by actually changing the control schemes can have an impact upon performance? And we did observe this with the previous Pac-Man demo, where there was a noticeable difference between the qualitative feedback of, yeah, I preferred this control scheme over the other, versus when you looked at the actual quantitative data and you saw that certain players were actually better with certain control schemes but didn't want to admit that they actually liked using it. People are fickle that way. So the demo that's kind of wandering around the room right now is a very simple abstraction of the Pac-Man game. And yes, sorry internet, this was built for the people that were in the room. You'll find out about it eventually. It's going to be on the web soon. But not with that art style. And so most people know how Pac-Man works, right? You move around the map and you're kind of jumping pills and the ghosts try to chase you. Sure, this is a simplification, but the build that's going around the room has 3 different control schemes. There's one with an analog stick, which is on the bottom left corner of the screen. You put your thumb on it, you move your thumb around. One of them, which is built primarily just for swiping. Swipe up, down, left, right, and the character will move accordingly. And the last one, which is the kind of tap plan, as we call it, where if you tap on a particular square in the grid, the character will then move towards it. Now, the one that was interesting recently was I've been playing a lot of the swipe version, just to see if I could get good at it, because I was rubbish at it, I was terrible at it. And we started going back through the data, and there was some things that we noted that one of the things we record is, well, actually some of the things we record in this particular demo is frequency of your taps. If you swipe, where do you start, where do you end, how long was the swipe, in terms of distance and both time. If you did any sort of touch interaction on the screen, where did you do it with respect to any of the avatars that are currently on the screen? And that's something I learned about me, is that when Pac-Man is moving down to one side of the screen or the other, I change thumb. I actually was quite happy holding a tablet like this and then just using my thumb to kind of swipe up, down, left, right until Pac-Man moved to certain portions of the screen, at which point I would then change my hand across, because I realised that it's actually, as Pac-Man slowly moved towards my thumb, I would actually then realise that I should actually change to my other thumb. We're also doing just kind of general other stuff on terms of like your overall performance and how well you actually play the game. But this is sort of generally where we wanted to go with it, is, well, if you give people all these different control schemes, how good are they at those control schemes, and how do they play? So it's all very much at the early stage, but we are working on it right now. One of the things we really wanted to do, instead of going ahead with this kind of default Pac-Man clone, which is just going to get me sued just as badly as the last one, was to have a different game, or a couple of different games. We've actually got 2 games. One of them is actually by one of my other students who released it as a mobile game, and he's kindly agreed to giving us the source code so we can then go in and retrofit the game to now include this. We've also got another game that we're showing off. We've actually recently put in a request to show this off at Game City, which for like the 2 British people in the room, you're going, oh right, yeah, Game City. To everybody else, it's a games festival that runs in Nottingham in the UK around October every year. It's probably the biggest festival of its kind in terms of kind of indies getting together and showcasing some weird and wonderful works. And another one of my research projects is already going to be there. So I'm actually going with my research hat on. I'm quite looking forward to it. So yeah, what we want to do is actually build a couple of robust games that are actually interesting to play. And this is, of course, the hard bit, because we were talking about this earlier, like researchers making games. It's like, oh yeah, but researchers work over a very long, protracted time frame. And then we go, cool, look, we've made this awesome simulation which highlights the feasibility of our AI methodology. And then you give it to some random guy, and you go, what do you think? Like, it sucks. It's not that interesting. Oh, the AI bit's cool, but your game's boring. Hence, in fact, we're still just using that Pac-Man prototype, because I was like, well, the other builds weren't ready yet, and I wasn't really ready to make a fool of myself in more than the originally intended way. So we decided not to show them off today. But by all means, you can hit me with questions, and the tablet is still bouncing around somewhere. Oh, there we go. But yes, you can, if you want to try it out and you want to become part of my data set, by all means, have a little go at that. Anyone got any questions on that? Yes?
Yeah, I kind of, you said like people are better at some control scheme, but they don't admit to like it. But I think for example, I much more enjoy playing shooters on a controller.
Yeah.
Although with my mouse, I would definitely kill more people. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a control scheme that's better in terms of efficiency, but I much more enjoy the feeling of the controller. So although I'm worse at it, then it's a better control scheme for me.
I mean, that is an interesting point, that you could end up with like people that are actually scoring better with certain control mechanisms, but they don't like it. There's something intrinsic about it, and it might be useful. Hopefully, if we get to show it off at Game City, we can actually ask people which of your. We did this with the Pac-Man study before. Which were your preferred control scheme, and could you tell us a little bit about why? One of the things we noted was the newly introduced. We had 2 versions of the kind of tapping version that used pathfinding. One where it tapped towards a location, and one where you could swipe. And the swipe would pull against the game world every X frames and would pick up the locations of the finger and then would path through all those nodes. And people actually gravitated towards those because the reason was it was fresh. To some of them it was actually very intuitive, but they were actually scoring poorer than they were before. If we actually had it on a longer study, you could see perhaps that they actually get better with it over time. They might actually score just as well on the old scheme as they do the new scheme. So doing this on a very kind of protracted demo, and also within a very limited time frame where we're usually wrestling people for 10 minutes at a time. The Pac-Man demo, I think we only had about 40 to 50 participants, and it was on campus. So we're just kind of wrestling them in for 10 minutes at a time to do it. So I think it'd be cool to see over a longer period, not only in terms of repeated use of certain control schemes, but also their actual performance over time. Yes?
I've got a question from the internet for you.
Oh.
Is there a particular control scheme that's worked better than any other for the Pac-Man-like game? So I guess he's asking, was there one that dominated, or did different people prefer different?
One of the things we did in the previous Pac-Man study was we gave you the option to, I think you played every single control scheme, and then right at the end you had the option of picking one of them again to see which one everybody went back to. And people tended to gravitate back towards, again, the pathing ones that we described. I think, again, it was because of the novelty. But in terms of actual performance, the scores were round about the same. I think one of the pathing, I think it was the tap-to-path version, scored better than the swipe, but the tap-to-path didn't score much better than a swiping behaviour. So we were seeing kind of similar performance overall. But again, given it was such a short study, it'd be interesting to see how that turns out over time, because it may well end up being that kind of new control schemes that we're introducing end up performing nowhere near as well as kind of classic or traditional methods. But of course that could actually then be an element itself, an intrinsic element of the game's design that perhaps, I mean, one of the things that we actually picked Pac-Man for was I'd played the Pac-Man build on iPhone and I hated it because I had to, and remember I talked about the big thumbs? So it's like, well, I'm not playing with my thumb, but big fingers, and I didn't like how that felt, whereas the tapping one felt more intuitive. It could end up being vice versa, that something more traditional actually works better in a game than something new cookie idea that I've devised.
So I had a question myself as well. I mean,
Right.
I guess you need more data, like you say.
Yeah.
But do you think you'll reach a point where you don't really need to ask them? They play 3 battles in the tutorial, each with a different control scheme, and you just know which one they prefer, and you just give it to them for the rest of the game. Do you think you'll get to that point, or will you always need to say which one did you like the most, or which one did you like?
I think it's actually an ongoing element that you tend to gravitate towards. I mean, people tend to move towards certain control schemes, and you go with the one that, I mean, this is speaking more from personal experience, I think, than anything else. You gravitate towards something you become comfortable with, and then you begin to experiment outside your comfort zone. So it could end up being that we can see very early on that perhaps, yes, actually, this control scheme seems to lend itself better towards your current performance, but I think restricting them to then no longer allow it would actually be detrimental. One of the experiments we have actually considered is just giving you the game and not telling you what the control scheme is. And then, because we can log pretty much any data we want with respect to the game's mechanics, is, well, what was your first inclination? What did you try and do first? And then, do we actually inject that code to allow you to control the game in that manner based upon your first intuition? So that'd be kind of cool to see, is if we do that, and then it's like, oh right, okay, so they're going for the swiping, right? Let's give them the swipe behavior, but then maybe say to them like a little tutorial window at some point, you can change it to other control schemes at a later date. That'd be kind of cool to see how people respond to that.
That's a very cool idea. Yeah.
Yes.
There's just on that last idea. There's a methodology in HCI called gesture elicitation, or more generally elicitation studies, where they literally get people in, they show them a prototype and say, give me 10 ways that you would move the blue square over into the green thing. And because you're asking them for lots, you can look for both which ones show up at the top of the lists, and if you get enough people, you can say, well, here's the 5 most common things that come up, and then you can test those. And there's quite a robust literature on the one that people prefer actually doesn't come up first, almost. So sort of like the most popular ones that show up in the top 10 tend to be around the 3 or 4 mark or something like that. And so usability people have a methodology for that you could just pick up and plug in.
I'll definitely do that then for when we get to
elicitation studies.
Game City, because actually when we did the Pac-Man study, that was we also did, as well as giving them the option to play again using whatever method they like, we did ask them afterwards, can you name a control scheme that we didn't put in? And interestingly, because then we asked them whether or not you would actually play said control scheme if we'd introduced it. The top answer was the accelerometer-based play, and then less than half of them actually said they would ever play using it.
It sounds, it's the novelty thing.
Yeah. Again, I can play Pac-Man by tilting it. It becomes Super Monkey Ball.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
But then nobody wanted to actually play it like that. I think they're like, oh, it'd be cool for like one round. But yeah, I mean, that'll be something. Hopefully we get it in Game City. Fingers crossed. Game City people.
Yeah, very excited about Game City. That's great. I hope you get involved.
Sweet. Fingers crossed. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, you've lost them.
And the phone. Tablet. What tablet and phone?
I don't remember handing out anything actually.
So thank you, everybody. We really appreciate you coming. You know, there's a new workshop, different area. We weren't sure how it would work out. We're really enthused and glad to see so many people interested, involved, engaged in the discussions. So thank you all for that. This wraps up the
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
thanks,
you.
guys.
So yeah, that brings a close to the planned program for today. So you're pretty much free to go and do what you want. We'd originally planned a board game night, but did a really bad job of advertising that. So if you have board games that are interested, that's great. Otherwise, we might try and see if we can get some interest and get some people involved, perhaps tomorrow or another day and age once people have a chance to grab stuff. Otherwise, you know, we're looking forward, hopefully, try and do this again another time. And thank you again.
Yeah, and we're hoping to get an even bigger turnout next year. We're hoping to get I wanted to say thanks as well, because there was a real variety of talks today. We had people tuning in who were nothing to do with the academic community, and it's been really great that the format's been so loose and the theme's been so free and experimental. So we were really happy with that, and thank you to everyone who turned up. We didn't expect such an amazing turnout. So yeah.
Are you up for organizing it next year?
Yes.
I think.
Okay, good.
And he is too.
Well, yeah.
So I was going to say, otherwise this would be a really good time to strong arm someone into doing it. But if you're willing to do it, that's great.
We've got feelings about this. We'll be in touch with some people.
Those are good. Those are useful. We have feelings.
It may get bigger. Maybe.
You consulted your advisor first.
Yes.
I'm kidding. It's fine. Whatever Simon doesn't know can't hurt him. I think he stopped watching anyway. He was watching earlier. But Simon, if you're watching, it's thesis first.
Oh yes, of course.
But yeah, thanks very much.
Yeah, so thank you, and spread the word.
And if anyone has questions about places to eat or things to do, feel free. I'll hang around for a couple of minutes.
Oh, perfect.
Feel free to pick my brain on that. Be great.
Yeah, I'm sure some of us will be going in groups anyway. I won't be streaming the dinner. You're advised to eat in your own homes. But yeah, we'll work out something for next year.
Great. Wow. I love it. I'm just waiting for those 3D food printers,
Those are big. Some restaurant.
So I actually won the level before realizing that there was a set problem. It goes moving. Yeah, no story. So I remember thinking, wow, this is pretty easy. What I forgot to do was actually do it fast and white. Amazing.